got this one life, just got this one life. I'd like to think that it would go on forever, but I've got just one try. Yeah, I've got this one try. I remember when we were kids, you lost your parents, I heard the hymns. I swore that day that I would love you forever, if those were my last words, if those were my last words. I might never be a captain on a yellow submarine,
I might never be an actress on a giant silver screen,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old with me. When we grow old with me. You've got this one light that shines all my life.
Just like a rose blooming out from this desert,
Oh, I saw these two eyes. Yeah, I saw your two eyes. I might never be a singer who's been knighted by the queen,
I might never be a model in a fashion magazine,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old with me. When we grow old with me. Hear the sound as people dance from your window. If you see an Irish band, and there I stand, guitar in hand, asking for my love if I could be a man. And so when we grow old with me.
I'm fed up with changes. Come pick me up, cause I just wanna see the light. I wanna be weightless. Teach me to fly, I won't be coming down. Could somebody wake me up? I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. Yeah. I just see her face wherever I look. She's standing in the crowd. So let go, I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, let a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. Cause I just wanna see the light. I'm so sick of waiting and getting too restless to be in this dusty town. I've heard of this place where people forget and you get another try. So come open up my door. I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. I won't see your face wherever I look. I'm blinded by the light. So let go. I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, died a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. 'Cause I just wanna see the light. Yeah, I just wanna see the light.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun,
Hello, chatto. It's Tuesday. Coming up today on Building a Nation with Treaty United. It's the transfer window. We may not have that much money to spend on account of spending most of it last year, but we'll still find a way to spend a few extra pounds to strengthen this squad and maybe the squads of some others in our league as well. I have set up manual scouting. We're going to try and see if that actually works or not, or whether it's a good solution for us and for others. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Treaty United. Oh yes, how's it going, my friends? Oh, I didn't cough or nothing. I'm amazed. I was like, if I get through the intro without coughing or having an entire coughing fit, it'll be perfect. And today, that is the dream. Of course, cut to an hour later where I've just cannot speak or anything like that. But there you go. My goodness. So yeah, Osric, thank you so much for the Prime. Before I was even live, scared the shit out of me, if I'm honest. I was sat there reading Reddit and I didn't have any of the screens on or like any of the screens on anything useful. And all of a sudden my lights started changing and I was getting really scared. So thank you for that. And also H4R4, thank you so much for the follow, and Butterworth as well.
Baby has been here 1 month and yet you have not changed an happy or done one single night feed. I give him all his baby sino. Baby Belvedere Macchiato Judgy.
Okay, firstly, Belvedere Macchiato, wonderful name. Thank you for the 10 months, GJC. Also, Pog, thank you for the gifted sub to Inferno. And then Emu just casually dropping 10 gifted. What is this? Oh, I can't do that noise. Can't do that noise. Oh, thank you so much. Seriously, Daddy, that's so kind of you, man. Let's get those presents raining down. If you have just been gifted a sub by Emu, then crack on and give him a thank you, because he deserves it. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, what? Was I censored in chat? Like, how do you mean, Hibbos, that I was censored in chat? I want to know what this looks like now. Oh, how did the cheat? Not well, Meech, not well. We ended up scraping third in the end with a final day win, which was not ideal. We did get a draw against Man United away from home, and Bart, our goalkeeper, got a 10 out of 10 rating. I've never seen a keeper get a 10 before. He got a 10. Saved a penalty and made 13 saves. What a god! Oh my goodness. Technical difficulties as well with the 21 months. Thank you so much, mate. Oh, Emmett is a legend. He truly is a legend. Oh. Speaking of Pogs. She be back. The Grand Pog has returned. Well, she was back before, but she hasn't actually been on stream for a little while. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, Pog has returned. Oh, the presents are back again. We go again. So, yes, we've done manual scouting. I say done, set up manual scouting, which is nearly the same thing, apart from the result. So I'll run you through what we've done in order to set this up so far. This took 3.5 hours, or like 3 hours, so bear with me. That's all I can say. All the curse words with... Really? Places Matto with asterisks. Because Matto is a swear word, as we well know. Can't have anything like that coming along, can we? I timed Miami to Ibiza to finish playing the intro started. Nice. To be fair, I always time my intros. That way I can use them as bullet points for the things I'm saying to prepare things. Irish save. Anything you need to know. So it's Building a Nation, which obviously, if you were familiar with my Tromsø save, it's essentially the same concept, except we started a lot lower, but the rules for the league are way better, essentially. That's probably the biggest thing. But to catch up to where we are, this is the start of season 13, and... We've got to the Champions League quarterfinals. We've been in the Europa League final, which we lost on penalties. So coefficient's not doing too bad. This year, though, was a big chance for us to move a little bit further ahead. Try to get top 15, get those extra spots. We have Leicester in the Europa League knockouts. So if we get through, there's a chance that we can get a higher position this year. We're looking at 16th at the moment, so we need to kind of get through. But Leicester, English side, you know how these things be. So yeah, this is what we're looking at in terms of assignments so far. Now, this is painstakingly analysed. I went through and looked at all of our scouts. I got rid of a couple, replaced a couple more, and brought some new ones. I looked at the languages they spoke, their areas of expertise, but especially the languages they spoke when assigning them to certain nations. Because one of the things that Zealand talked about in that video was how important the scout being able to speak the language was for either being able to find good players, but also for just gaining knowledge over time. So that's essentially, Holly Plays would beat Leicester. Probably, yeah. She got Leicester in the showdown. Also, well done, Holly. Like, smashed it. Congratulations. It was awesome, wasn't it? You've got COVID, crazy, but that sucks. I don't have it. I just feel like I do, which is almost worse in a way, I suppose. It's like you get all the symptoms and none of the sympathy. But no, it's I hope you feel better soon, man. Hopefully you're okay. Morning, Half. Muffin's feeling sexual today. Good news. Oh yeah, I forgot we got a new stadium, didn't we? Yeah. So chat. Those of you that might miss the very end of Saturday's stream, the board decided to build a new stadium. We don't know anything more about it, but you look like you're fit, darling. Oh, thank you. I'll take it. Ireland, we actually got a bit fortunate because we got promoted first season through the playoffs, and it kind of just went from there. But there you go. Wasn't it like 6k? 8, I believe. 8.5k. It's basically double, essentially. You're over the worst, but that's good to know, man. Good to know. Scouting's become more clicky and onerous. So, generally speaking, this is what I've set us up for. This is all manual. Obviously, we have to have a couple of things for our analyzer next opposition, and there's another guy knocking about that does, next opposition, and we've got an analyst doing stuff like that, and he's sorting that side of things out. But I've tried to base our scouts on which languages they speak. So obviously Vicente made sense to send him to Spanish-speaking countries in South America. Standard. You can sort of see my train of thought here. Tom Brady only speaks English, but he is quality. So he's just doing UK and I because standard. Gaga here, he's Liberian, but he only speaks English. So I've sent him to Liberia and then a few other English-speaking nations in Africa. That way we've got no problems with that one. Jesus Munoz, again, only speaks Spanish beyond English. So he's going to some other Spanish-speaking nations in South America. Harry Croft has gone to Australia and New Zealand. Now, I wonder if that could cause a problem because technically they're different regions, even though they're both fairly close geographically. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. Farid Al-Agwi is an Arabic-speaking French Moroccan descendant. So we can speak Arabic, French, English, and Berber as well. So he's gone to the French-speaking nations in sort of northeast Africa, roughly. That's my general plan with him. Stefan Chapelsa can speak French, German, and Italian, so it made sense to send him to France, Germany, and Italy. To go with that, Dan Bench just doing opposition scouting because he's crap. Lassa Chabli can speak Arabic, but he also has like more knowledge of this area. So he's going to speak to the Arabic-speaking Northwest African countries. You can see I've thought this through. Australia's in Asia. I know. Crazy. Oh, dodgy takeaway. I wish. Hello, Pog. What's up? The strawberry. Yep. So thank you so much for the hype train as well, my friends. That's very kind of you. Oh, my goodness. He's like, yeah, except you'd be a better scout, I promise you. So then we've got Steve Wiesenhout, who can speak... what's it? There's a couple of African languages. He can speak English, but he can also speak the... There's a language, it's the Zulu, and there's another, I think it's Sesotho, the language, which is obviously prevalent in South Africa and Lesotho, which is why I just included Lesotho, and Zimbabwe because it's near enough, and he can speak English, and they speak English there too. Just running you through this. So Dalladonna as well, he speaks French, so I sent him to Switzerland, Austria, and Belgium because he also speaks English, and Austria has English listed as a language. Afrikaans, no, weirdly no, Rob. That's what I thought, but apparently that doesn't show up. Maybe Sesotho is another name for it, but yeah, it didn't show up there for some reason. Like Thompson compared to it's cute compared to literally, yeah, in terms of the league rules for sure. But yeah, so then Jesus Rabia, of course, he also speaks Spanish, so he's gone to sort of Mexico, Costa Rica, sort of Central American nations that speak Spanish. Borishuk, I thought maybe he'd have Polish, but he doesn't. He was just English, so he's gone to USA, Canada, and Jamaica because, again, English speaking. Diego Huerta can speak Portuguese, so I sent him to and Spanish, so I sent him to Portugal, Spain, and Italy. He can also speak Italian. We've got 2 guys technically in Italy, but figured why the hell not? Being too nice? No. Be nice. Join the fun. Bruno Gentile, he, weirdly, so he doesn't speak anything other than English and I believe Spanish. However, Finland, Norway, Sweden, and Denmark all have English as listed as a language. Let me just move to the left so you can see what I'm talking about. So that should be fine too. Carbassian can speak Persian, so I've sent him, and English, obviously. So I've sent him to Iran, and then I think he also speaks a bit of Arabic, so he can go to Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and UAE as well. Now, new scout, Takayui Tateshi. He's Japanese, but he can speak a load of Eastern European languages like Bosnian, Serbian. So he's gone to Bosnia, Serbia, Slovenia, Slovakia, those ones as well. And lastly, Christian Karembo, who's a new guy I brought in as well. He can speak Greek, so he's gone to Cyprus, Turkey, and Greece. Now, not all of those languages there, but that's the best I could really do. That took me like 3 hours to sort of essentially get that going. Now, obviously, I've only just installed it, so we've not got any report. We've actually got 1 report so far. So I'm curious to see how this is going to go today. Now, next thing. Oh, presents again. We're doing more presents, apparently. Don't be ridiculous. No, I like nice, Rob. I like it. I like it when people are nice. I'm feeling poorly. Dundee United. Let's see. Wait, is it under the gamers? Yeah, it is, isn't it? They, for some reason, have abbreviated it. So Dundee United. Top flight. We can actually look at them properly. Here we go. So since the start of the save, which would have been here. No, here. 7th. They come 3rd one year, which is actually pretty... Well, that was my plan. I actually made like a spreadsheet where I put all their languages in and tried to plan it out. The one area that we're a little bit lacking in is I want to have some scouts that do like Poland, Croatia, that kind of area. That's the one area that I couldn't seem to sort it. But for the moment, I've sent him to Iran. Yeah, he's gone now. We'll never see him again. But basically what Zeman was saying was don't do more than 4. So none of them have more than 4 countries. We'll just have to sort of see how this goes, really. There is one report which I'll show you in a minute because it's quite funny because I don't know how he came to the conclusion he did. But nevertheless, yeah, 3rd place. And then they kind of slipped off a little bit, all the way down as far as 11th. So this is until finished, I've set it up as. Central and Balkan, yeah, so we ran out of scouts, basically. But I didn't want to allocate some scouts that I felt could be used better elsewhere because I was worried that if I put, for example, the guy that's in the States and Canada, I'd put him there, but he'd have no knowledge of the language, none of that sort of stuff, and I worried that it would be a waste of time sending him there when I could send him to a nation where he might be able to find a gem from Canada or the MLS, potentially. So, we'll see. We'll have to get a few more scouts and fill those gaps in, but with 17 scouts, that was sort of the best I could do at that point. Oh, it's fixed again now. Nice. 7 years, thanks. Yeah. We'll say goodbye to him now. Made any signings? I love it. We've been live 10 minutes. As it goes, yes. But not on this stream. I have a new player to show you, though, chat, because I managed to get him. A guy we've been looking at for a while. I managed to snag him. The scout part, oh, they must be absolutely incredible. So, yeah, that's Dundee United situation currently. What about their... We can actually look at this, can't we? See who their top scorer's been over the last couple of years. So, 10... Hang on. There we go. So, 15 for Brian Hill and Theo Roden. Oh, only 8 that year. 15 there for... No way! Of course! Doesn't he play for them in real life? No, he doesn't, does he? I swear he's moved to them in real life on other... Not in real life. On other saves. There you go. Kunta Manushkov. That's sick. Oh, I'm happy with that now. I remember him getting 40-odd goals for me for Bolton in League 1, I think. Speaks Serbian. Ah, okay, so I could send him to Serbia. Okay, interesting. But it's more about what the game... the problem is, Anarith, it's one of the things where the game might not consider that. So I was doing it based on looking at the countries in the actual scouting screen and looking at what the languages it has designated for them, which is why I was safe to send English-speaking scouts to Scandinavia because they have English listed. A lot of even much more southern European countries have English listed, like Austria. Interesting. That's why I sent Belladonna there. So. I have another player to show you. Also, I made a sale, but we'll talk about that in a bit. So new boys have joined us. Alton Rocha, he was that goalkeeper we signed to try and get to other clubs. That's already on the horizon. We also brought in Paolo Di Silvestri. Again, he's another guy to get to other clubs because he was young and cheap. Also, the Donut has now officially joined us, which of course has sucked out 4 million from our transfer budget just with that. But he is now here. I already did the thing where we changed his squad status, so that's not a problem either. But we managed to get Anders Hansen. And I was pretty pleased to get this guy over the line because we'd looked at him before and decided that he might be the ball-winning midfielder guy for the job. So we managed to get him. 2.9 million was the deal in the end, and I like him a lot. So basically, the reason we couldn't get him last time is because he just signed a new deal, so we had to wait 6 months. And I thought, fuck it, I'll try and do it before stream because I didn't want the window to open, and then you know how it goes. And then, yeah, 2.9 million, 1.3k a week on a breakthrough prospect. I don't want to loan this guy because I want him to get trained at club because I feel like he actually could be a baller one day. Way to rename a tactic. So the best way to rename a tactic once you've already made it is basically just save it again. So, for example, if I want to rename our current tactic, which let's face it, I probably should. If you just go to that and go save, it'll sort of allow you to export it. Just give it a new name, and then it'll affect the name inside the game as well. That's basically how I would go about doing it. It's weird that you can't just do it from in here, but, or can you? What? Oh, no. Oh. Oh. Yeah, he's a very solid player for me. For that kind of price, it was almost an absolute no-brainer. Now, I did make a sale as well, and let me explain my thinking. This is Chris McLean. You might remember him as one of the players from our youth academy a little while ago. Man United came along and said they'd give me £2.1 million for him. Now, I realise, looking at him there, you might be liking, he's not bad. Pretty solid. But I don't think he was ever going to play for us. And I doubted that if we did let him go at some point, he would ever join another Irish team because of the elements that were looking at him. However, and this is, follow my thought pattern here, would you? I put in a 50% of the next sale fee clause. So it's 2.1 million. With 50% of next sale, not percentage of like profit, sale. Meaning that if United sell this guy for anywhere close to the sort of valuation that he could be at, and you never know, some like, I don't know, a slightly lower Premier League side could come in for him, we would take half of that money. So it was more of a case of potential stonks later down the line rather than delayed gratification, as it were. That was my thinking behind getting rid of Chris McLean to United, because, yeah, that's my hope anyway. Or, worst case scenario, chat, we get to sell that clause later down the line. Maybe. Sometimes you can even get more money for selling that clause. That clause could be worth like £10 million to us, honestly. Leaves them on a free, possibly. But my hope is that if it looks that way, maybe they'll give us the option to buy the clause off of us, which often clubs do. Is he actually clean? I don't know. I mean, he's got 15 aggression, so probably not. Argues with officials. Dives into tackles. Doesn't sound very clean to me. How much do we get for him? 1.5 rising to... Oh, hang on. 1.6 rising to 2.1. With a 50% of next sale fee. That's the really important thing. Well, this is the thing. Even if they release him, we can still get paid. Because they'd have to wait, 4 years to release him. Some point in that 4 years, we'll get a thing pop up here that will give us the option to sell the clause to them. And that alone is usually worth about... Given my knowledge of FM at this point, it's usually worth about 50%, if that's the clause we've got, 50% of the value of the player. So, roughly, if he's still got that value when that clause comes up, we could probably sell it for 10 mil, which means we could earn like £13 million out of that. So I'd take that happily. Yeah, he's a good player, but he's not that good. So obviously you can see we've got the standard nonsense of everybody trying to leave. You know how it goes. Now, I don't think we've got too many players pissed. Alaku's still annoyed again. Nobody's bid for Shavrich. Not one club. Look, he's not even wanted by anybody. And I don't understand why. I'm happy. Don't get me wrong. It's great. I'm just a little bit befuddled by the fact that nobody is trying to buy Zlatko Shavrich off of us when he's clearly the best player we've got. Unless it's just because... Actually, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Because he actually has value. His value has dropped, though, weirdly. Which doesn't make any sense to me, considering he's now on more money. Favourite deep midfielder role? Deep midfielder? Probably, yes. Didn't he join in August? That doesn't tell us, does it? They fear them at all. I mean, who wouldn't, really? It's vicious. When did Shavrich join us? Nah, he joined in June. So, he should be... Oh, hang on. June. Oh, maybe not. They might start bidding on him, like, after the 26th of January, perhaps? Thing is, he was worth more than that when he joined us, and he's now on more money. Oh, he's playing with AD7. I've been retraining Emmett. Why is my fingernail catching on things? I've been retraining Emmett to play on the left-hand side. He's not really got to hang of it much. Oh, no, now he has. Okay, he's getting there now. That was red for like 3 months. So he's slowly starting to learn. Obviously, you can see the little dip here, but I think he'll be back. Also, 4 goals for Ireland now. Fair play, Emmett. But, I mean, Shavrich is just a god. So, that's the situation. Money-wise, you can see we're not exactly flush with cash at the moment as a result of the... well, it's the donut deal, me signing Anders Hansen. If we find anyone great, then we can go after them. That's basically the play. I've managed to get... Oh, yeah, the loans as well. You'll love this, right? So, basically, nothing's changed. They almost... Every single player I wanted to extend their loan has done. Mate, Kennedy, Sablo, Kashmarovic, Gauthier, Sluka, Silva, Saunders, Irvine, Santa Maria. Even Kevin Henderson now has a loan deal. We've finally managed to get Big Kevy H out to St. Pat's as well. It's glorious. So our development list is now extremely short. It now just features Cenk Bayrak, who still no one wants, which is weird. Espen Falkenhorst, but I feel like we can get that done. And then the 2 new guys as well. So development listing is absolutely poggy, is what I would say to that. Oh dear. So how's it going, everybody? How are you on this fine Tuesday? I say fine. It's actually pretty dog shit weather out there from what I can tell. I haven't really been able to get out there today. And I apologise for the lack of a Nomads video last night. And that's the reason there hasn't been a recap gone up today. There will be a recap that I'll put up for Thursday because I made an earlier version. Luckily, in my infinite wisdom, before I started doing all this scouting stuff, I made a different version of the save so I could come back to do the recap for today. That way I can still get all the stats. Turns out it had more value than I thought it would do. Cheap Leno factory. How do you mean, Basil? If you mean like why these guys are here, it's because they were good but not good enough for us. So we figured that we needed to stop being so picky and just start bringing in some players to send out to other clubs. That's the hope anyway. Oh, my freaking nails really hurt me there. Geo-Omega, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. That is extremely nice of you. Still looking for new prospects. Oh, God, yeah. That's what we're doing right now. That's why I've set up the scouting the way that I have. Because I want to see if that will allow us to find more prospects better. It's sort of a... I want to test this for a bit. And if it's not perfect for us, then we can switch back to my old version of scouting, really. That's my plan. Anyway, it's just worth a test. It might not be applicable for this type of save, but I wanted to show you it at least just in case it might work for your saves as well. Oh, a bone to pick. Oh, God, no. Your cat is called Shamrock. Meech's cat is getting mudded. Mine, for the reason, because she won the most games. Crazy. I know. Controversial take there from me. I'm particularly for the England game tonight. Still working on a uni assignment. Ouchie. Cheap yellow factory. Well, yeah. But it's just going to mean that today it's going to be less of us doing... There'll be less scout reports because, of course, we've got... I've kind of not cleared it. I've let all the scout assignments essentially not expire, but you'll notice our scout priority... The fuck? Alright, cheers, FM. Okay, this has done this to me a few times now. So I keep making a new version of this by adding in the potential and ability so we can see that when we look at this screen, right? And ever since the update, because obviously, every time I try to go back to it, it just wipes it. Because reasons. Recaps every year. Yes, like I said, Callow, I was ill, so I couldn't do the recap, but there will be a recap for the last season just on Thursdays, before Thursday stream instead. I've got a version of the save that I can still do it all for, but I just wasn't able to record anything yesterday, which is annoying, I know. But the recaps will still be every year, as always. Oh, I think that's far and away above anything you can get on Sky Sports, my friends. Rose and Dundalk have made the group stages. Nice. Europa League. That's sick. Shit, Ollie, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I will absolutely... Could you send me another one? Hang on, let me just accept it now, because I think there's a... I'm an idiot. Let me just do that. That way I can... Right, okay, let me just press accept. Ollie, could you just send me another DM with any random message? That way it gives me an unread notification, because I'm an idiot with those things. It's because Twitter has this stupid secondary inbox that things go into, and then they just sit there, and you don't see them. And it's a pain. At least Instagram tells you when you get messages there. Oh, hey, Jack. A key window for strengthening the other Irish sides. Potentially, yes. But it's not even about the window. I think it's just more a case of the... We've got so many more players out. This year is going to make a huge difference to us. Just by having those players there. You saw how good Kuzmarovic was for Bows in Europe this year. If he's there the whole year, that will be superb. Oh, cheers, man. Thank you. Oh, right. So, yeah. This window is going to be a bit of a weird one. Because I want to... Oh, yeah, I was going to show you. We have one scout report already. But... It's a bit of a strangey. Also, you might notice we had a friendly with United there. That was because that was part of the deal to sign McLean. So we took the 50k for the friendly and God knows what else. And only lost 4-3 in the friendly. It's like a repeat of the home game we had against them. But yes, so the scouts did actually find... Oh, wrong one. One thing. But this guy, remember, is at Ghana, Nigeria, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. And he brings me back a Moroccan guy from Anderlecht. And I was a bit like, cool... But how? And I suspect it's because one of the national teams he's watching played against Morocco or something, and that's how we were able to identify him. Now, of course, I don't know how he came up, though, because I've got it set to transfer availability automatic. And, well, I mean, what? How does he think we're going to afford this guy, exactly? So, what's the point of having it set to transfer availability automatic so that it matches it to your transfer budget? And then they just don't. So, we'll see about that one. I don't know how that's going to go long term, but we'll see. Hibbs Trapper, oh, not again. And this is just standard sort of stuff. We've got a few players that are a bit pissy because reasons. Hopefully we'll iron that out as we go along. With 120 installments, maybe, yes. We'll pay you back over the next 100 years. That's the play. No, because the reason we know that it's not that is because it will actually, as far as I know, that if it shows up as a report here, that means it's come from this specific assignment. That's what I'm fairly confident in. You might notice that some of them have actually got this thing where it has it on the previous two. For some reason, some of them, the assignments stopped the moment I started them, so I had to restart them straight away, which was really odd. So we'll see. Vicente with a report. Oh! I mean, it'll come through our scout report in a minute anyway, but I'm excited because it's Vicente and he's a god. You're right, he does have a report. Go on, Vicente, show me your goods. 18-year-old Brazil... I mean, he's 18. That presumably is a release clause. The one at the bottom meant to be known talent. Hang on, I'll have a look in a sec. Because it shouldn't be, I don't think. The known talent might have been his previous assignment. Because I think that's what they get set on when you join them. When they first join. That would make sense, yeah. It's ironic because I actually have a guy who's watching Morocco and he didn't find him. He's very determined, very good physically, driven personality, crossing and dribbling are decent for 18. Off the ball is solid, work rate is good. It's just the price. Let's ask his agent. Are you serious? What? So why am I... Oh, fucking hell, man. Why are they bringing me them then? If they won't talk to us? Isn't that the whole point of this scouting setup? So that they bring you players you can actually sign. I realised that with my old setup, you'd get lots of players you can't sign because you're just scouting in general. But isn't the whole point of this for them to bring you players you can actually action? Let me just try and... Well, no, because we found players from South America before. We've got players... I mean, Alan, for example. And we've got plenty of others, like the South American central midfielders we've got. It's just weird that I set the scout reports up so that they would find us players that were actually be willing to join us, and then they still aren't. So in that case, my question is, what's the point of that? Alan was in Europe. Alan played for... Who did Alan play for? It certainly wasn't the European side. Alan came in from, like, what was it? Fluminense, I think? Alan joined us from Flamengo, which is, yeah, Brazil. And we've had other signings. That's literally from Brazil as well. I knew it was one of those. So, that's very irritating, because it just means that I thought this was going to be a way of us getting rid of the problem of having to deal with... Yeah, I was hoping it would basically get us around the problem of getting lots of players on our scout reports that we couldn't sign, because obviously that was my fault because we were just scouting randomly, essentially. And I figured that this setup would allow the scouts to then circumvent that, because obviously one of the key things you set when you set the scout reports is automatic, typical, will actually talk to you kind of thing. But no, apparently. Okay, right, that's positive news, isn't it? What my thoughts on it? I think that it's happened. I'm not really sure what more I can add to the story. Yeah, the stage of my career stuff is the bane of my existence on FM22. It's a new thing that has been introduced, I think, from what I can tell, and I never saw it last year, that basically just stops you signing players because reasons. And it seems to stop anybody signing them. Like, I've seen players that have had that on them for years and never leave their clubs for anybody, no matter who puts bids in on them. It's really weird. Right, so we just keep doing that. I've already pissed him off again, so... Or have I? I've forgotten, actually. Let's just check. Yes. But he'll get used to it again. He's got his new contract now, so he can complain for another 4 years if he fancies it. Yeah, it's brilliant. He went to Rangers. Thing is, he kicked up a massive fuss, and then Rangers actually transfer listed him for £16 million. And I'm just like, seems a bit much. Aberdeen actually put a bid in at £6 million, and he refused to go to Aberdeen, and then he joins us for 400k. Being a street, probably. I'm just, like I said before, I was just needed to take some time away from anything else because I've not been in a great position, like, mentally for the past sort of month. Doesn't help that I've been ill this weekend, but that's a different matter entirely. Oh. Missed last week's streams preparing for. What did you miss? So we kind of bottled Europe a little bit, sadly, and did manage to get through to the knockouts of the Europa League, at least, where we're playing Leicester, sadly. Managed to pick up a couple of extra players. But did you miss us signing Shavric, Keka Seagull? That's my big question. Because that's the true test. If you've not seen Shavric yet, you're in for a treat. Sorry, the Zlatko. I guess we'll remove that, which is fine. Anders Hansen, weak foot, yes. Deal with that as always. Stop training position. Absolutely not. That's literally your position. You keep doing it. Knocks ball past opponent. Yeah, that'll do, actually. Runs ball through set. Isn't athletic. Well, then why would it... These things really... The semantics of this game does need to be looked at. Because they want me to give him the trait, runs with ball through centre, because he isn't athletic enough. What the fuck? Alan runs with ball down left. You're a central midfielder. Probably not going to keep you that. And we move. Deary me. Yeah, the stage of my career thing is extremely annoying. That said, I wouldn't care if I felt like any of my players would ever not leave because of it. All players should be training a position. I think that's how I've got it set to work, anyway. Bear in mind, those guys weren't being given... I already had those guys on that position training, which is why they wanted me to stop them from training those positions instead. Oh. I think every player in this squad now has a position training, and like sometimes an extra focus if they're a bit weak. Isn't athletic enough to get around the outside. No, I actually think what it's saying is the opposite of that. It's just that I've seen that screen basically. We had that with Carlo Mura. Do you remember where it said that we wanted him to pass instead of shooting because his passing wasn't good enough, and then his passing was good enough? Very, very strange. Oh, God. PSG want thighs freeze. Thighs freeze has really ticked. I mean, ignoring the red arrows at the moment, but he's very much developed over the end of last season, which is exciting. I mostly do now, yes. Last year I didn't because it was actually less effective. This year, it was better. Apparently. That's what RDF says. And if RDF says something, I'm just like, praise be. That man is my hero. I bet he has the trait. I don't think he does, though. I'm pretty certain he failed to get the trait, if I recall. Oh, he does. But why doesn't it say remove? Like, but it doesn't say remove. It just says, like, it doesn't tell you whether it's removing or adding a trait. It's, I don't know. It seems a bit silly that they wouldn't give you that information on that screen when they could clearly do so. But, hey, we're asking a bit much there, aren't we, I suppose? Hey, Jack, please not... Yeah, as Rob says, please don't apologise for that. It's awesome that you are here at all, you know? I just want to provide some entertainment for people, you know? We all have our lives to live. Mine just happens to be this. It's weird, I realise, but that's just how it goes, you know? They put... Yeah, would it be cool, right? All right, chat. Level with me. Wouldn't it be better if they just separated new traits and removing traits into two separate categories on that screen? Surely that is just a case of assigning each particular action an ID and then separating it based on the IDs. That's what I would like to see there, personally. So there's he has a wage demand. I'm just going to test this. I want to put a bid in because I want to see what this does. Now we're starting to see this on players with wage demands. So what demand is this for then? Who is he demanding that from? Huh. That might be why our scout did it then. That might be why Vicente told us about him, because he has a wage demand, meaning that the game thinks that he wants to sign for us or would be willing to, but then something else is stopping him. Interesting. I've seen that once before on this save. So maybe it's just a bit of a glitch on that one, and maybe it is supposed to work properly. It's just got a bit caught out there. Oh, this is an agent offer. Ignacio Diaz. 6 foot, not the best jumping reach, but it's quite expensive too with the release course, presumably of around that. But this guy, what are we thinking? I know that there's absolute 5'2". He's a very small man. But for that kind of price, he's the Hobbit Mark II, yeah. Doesn't even have to be for us, but I think we could. He's the sort of, to me, he's the type of player we need to be starting to pick up. Only needs a tiny, precisely. Yuri Krot in absolute shatters, mate. It's the only logical thing to do. No. See, that's what I was doing last year, Dan. And that again is because I believe that's what RDF was recommending. This year, he seems to believe that there's more benefit from actually having role training as well. But that's what I'm thinking. Another team use him. Let's ask his agent. Cheers. Thanks for that. Right. He ain't Irish. He's a Uruguayan Mijet. Height isn't an issue, honestly. I don't really care about the height of my playmakers in the midfield. Anytime that comes as a problem, I will just simply say the Hobbit, because that guy was one of the best playmaking midfielders I've ever had, and he was 5'1". Right, so 120. Wait. Before I do anything else, not going to forget to do this time. That literally just means you can get rid of this. 600k? 600k for a potentially 5-star potential player. Potentially 5-star potential. I'm creating derivatives, chat. This is a synthetic CDO of a player. It's fine. We can call him the Big Short. Oh, dense. You are an agent offer. He was a recruitment team offer, which presumably means that he was a leftover from my other scouting, because there's no way he'd be so far along. But still. Ooh. Oh, he's at Boulogne. Boulogne. He's Tunisian, though. Oh, it's an agent offer. Damn it. I still like to keep the agent offers on because, well, then you get... Hello, large Serbian man. Now we're talking. Get the Irish job. No plans to currently, no. Because it's not the... Chat, we've been lied to. I told you, I knew it. His agent lied to us. I knew there was something fucky with that. What? Yeah, he's not going to be a regular starter, but I knew it. That was so weird. Right, okay, good. I'm glad the scouting reports aren't broken. That's one thing we've now learned. They're not broken. So the potential is based on... hang on, wait. Is that potential seen as compared to your best player or your team? It's the team as a whole, I believe. It's basically where they would be based on our team. If they slotted into our team, what would they look like potential-wise? Which is good news. So anyone who's 5-star potential is quality for our team. Particularly as looking at who they're comparing it to. Because Shavrich is here now. James John, thank you so much for the follow.
They are building it now.
Scouts, PA scouting. Which scout? We've got loads of them. So, and I don't know who specifically scouted Nazinho, but also the PA scouting wouldn't have mattered when it comes to the interest. That was his agent. Ralph got fucked off. Yes, he did, yeah. We actually did get offered the Ireland job, but we turned it down. Because who got it? It was the Elche guy, wasn't it? His agent, yeah. Nazinho was Vicente. Yeah, true. So, I mean, come on. Vicente's one of the best scouts you can get. And besides, that wouldn't matter for this. That's just... that was us. We specifically asked his agent, and it said he had no interest in joining us because he still has major reservations. What do you reckon? Purple. I reckon it's going to go purple. Yeah. Well, that's what I mean, Anarith. Even with us... No, I'm not actually. I just wanted to see... It was more of a test, Rob, because I was certain that there was something weird about that, and now we've proven that it was something weird about it. Because he specifically said that he wouldn't talk to us because he was not looking at this stage in his career. And we've all seen it before, and yet here we are. So that makes sense. How'd you get past these? Most of the time, you don't. When you get the purple crap here, it means that they want all of this, but they also... So if I just agree to this right now, it will go red or yellow because this isn't actually what they want. It's purple because you're not wrong. Probably, yeah. The agent's now lying about this as well. He's like, I didn't think you were actually going to pay it. But yeah, with these, you just have to keep offering them stuff. Now, I'm obviously not going to because I do not believe this man is worth £2.3 million. Like, he has some good mentals and some nice physicals, but he's not that good beyond it. Larcatus Algalis. Thank you so much for the 5 months. I went with the full name there. Yeah. Hope you're well. But still, it's an interesting... Can we see what it would take? Yeah, we can try. Oh, hang on. We can try. So, in order to... Let me just do a suggest promises right now, and you'll see that this will go orange. See? Or rather, it won't go orange, but they want mythical things that you can't really offer. Or rather, so you could, for example, up their playing time. You could... Stepping Stone would allow release clauses. How about that? See, they're still... I mean... I'm not even sure what... Alright, appoint player as captain, perhaps. "18-year-old Brazilian winger, not interested in joining us, even if I appointed him captain of a club in the Champions League." I too would like to know what exactly he was looking for. But yeah, that's why whenever you see purple there, it's mostly just, it's time to dip because you're not getting anywhere. But my point is, the thing about him not wanting to leave at this stage of his career, that usually instantly blocks you from offering them anything. So the fact that that was a bit wrong is kind of annoying, but whatever, we move. Silvera, though, is very interested. Yeah, he's not even that good. That's the thing. Questionable Penguin with the 22 months. How's it going?
Morning sexy, love from a beardy man called Matt with a girlfriend named them.
Hang on. I didn't know your name was Matt. And is your girlfriend also called M? Because if that's true, that's kind of weird, but also awesome. Yeah, when you see purple, it's pretty much time to dip. He's looking for the night. Yeah. Agent is a human traffic. Well, he's not doing a very good job, is it? He's in a human traffic jam, apparently. So, luckily, though, Francesco Silvera will talk to us because he's Uruguayan and brilliant. Yeah, I'm subbing to myself again. What can I say? Let's put a medal on. I need a medal I can just keep doing that with. Right, let's do Silvera. Squad player. I'd rather not. I'd rather impact sub you because that way we can use that as justification final loan move. In fact, All right, I guess. All right, you're getting a loan move anyway, so enjoy. That right there, chat, is the reason that once it's gone green, if you try and touch anything, you'll piss them off. Even if you're offering them something that would, in theory, be better. Again, working completely fine and not dynamic in any way. I'm secretly you. Fair one. Right, he's under 18, which means we can't do long contract. What we can do is a long boat clause, which is longer than the contract we're giving him. Because that's how this works. If you're a Uruguay international, I could give you 4k. We want relegation release clause of 0. 3-year boat clause. Oh, no. Imagine a £1 relegation release clause. And I'll try to get that down to like a K. Anything else I want to put in here? No, we should be okay on that one. There we go. That's fine. Once you go green, you can't go back? Apparently not, no. Oh, God. I wonder sometimes if Bay just sits there with Photoshop open while I'm streaming. And if you do, I'm here for it, mate. Oh, dear. I'll take that. 5-year contract. We can often give him a new one afterwards. It's annoying that obviously because he's under 18 we can't offer. Oh, well, that means he wouldn't join us till the summer anyway. So he'd be 18 though. So that's fine. Anyone managing in Austria? Not myself personally. Zealand is. If that helps. So that's another one. Wow, we've made it. Chat, we're about to make a signing. We've been live less than an hour and we're actually going to make a signing. Why is there a limit? Is there, Dan? Which league are you managing in? Certain leagues have certain rules. This is where you find out you're managing in Italy and it's all over for you. Italy has some of the most horrendous rules when it comes to signings I've ever seen. Every year I found a new way that I was going to get screwed out of a signing when I was trying to manage in Italy. Still fun though because Sassuolo, but Christ on a bike. 10-0 against Regional United. Alan scores 4 times. All right. England, do they really? I know, we've actually pressed continue and made a signing. Shady times, my friend. Shady times. We're going to check back every couple of days and see if there's any more reports, honestly. It might be a new rule. Just have fast hands. Pestle analysis. Pestle analysis. Wow, I haven't heard the word pestle analysis data for a very long time. That's just triggered a business studies memory from me back when I was like 17. So they want Esmond Falkenhorst. They want to pay no money for it, of course. Yeah, crack on, confusing person. I hope to be confused. The donuts. Oh, God. I thought that said tight. His tights are extremely tight. Man needs higher dernier. We move. I've got to stop doing that with my voice. Oh, it's a GIF. Right. So a Belgian man called Heino. And Elton Heino is his brother. Wait, he's a regen. Holy shit. So it's a regen player who's a brother of an existing player. I didn't know that happened. I thought that only worked with staff. Well, that's sick. Well. Huh. Wasn't a business studies teacher like... Yes, pretty much, Dean, yeah. In fact, it wasn't even every year. I think I had a new business studies teacher roughly every 3 to 4 months. Honestly. It was great. I had a Jamaican guy for 3 months. We had this Dutch lady who always used to pronounce Nestle as Nestles. I don't know what more you want. No, not Dutch. She was South African Dutch. But, well, you know what I mean. She was a Dutch speaker from South Africa. But, yeah. That's really interesting. I didn't know that could even work with South Dutch. Very, very South. Alaku, as if I'd sell him to Rangers of all people. Oh, my God. Chelsea. And we're actually getting some quite large bids on Thijs Freeze. Still not as much as we paid for him, admittedly. But, nevertheless, we move. I just want to get out of January now. Fitness coach. That is very interesting. We've learned a new. Yeah, no, not going to Hibs, are you? Intercontinental Ballistic Dutchman. That is a very strange sentence, and I'm here for it. Oh, God. I think I did do some new contracts as well. I think Tortosa has a new deal, yes. Although he may have signed one before, from what I remember. 84 million sale guy. Who did I sell for 84 million? Wait, what? Oh, that guy. Yeah, he's a bit good. Sorry, Cock. There will be on Thursday, but I've been ill the last couple of days, so I couldn't record one. But there will be a recap up for last season on Thursday. It will just have to be a bit off kilter, unfortunately. It's just one of those things. I couldn't do much about it. Oh, dear. Yeah, Tortosa's surprisingly good, actually. For a guy that we picked up on a free transfer from... Feeling a bit better. Yeah, a bit better today. Still not great, but better than I was yesterday where I didn't leave bed, basically. Lambo PX, thank you for the follow. Oh. Yeah, Tortosa's, he's excellent. He doesn't have the best heading, but he's also perfectionist. He's 6'6", he's great in the air. He is an excellent player. Freeze was 9 million, I think, roughly. Freeze, I believe, is our most expensive signing ever. Even more so than Shavric, incredibly. Only barely, but still. We're not even getting bids that are up to... I mean, the thing is, though, the man has actually really... Ignoring the red arrows for a second, he has been trading in an unmistakably upward direction lately, which is awesome. Oh, good, here we go. Quick little dip into the scouts, see if they found anything new. I've noticed that some of them haven't done anything yet. Like, not one thing. So you go down here, you look at this report, and he's watched no matches. It's like... Have you considered, you know, doing that? Any chance? Have you? No matches watched. This scout assignment has been set up for over a month now, and some of them haven't watched a single game yet. Like, that'd be cool if you could do that. And I'm curious as to know why that is. I guess some of the leagues might be out of season. Last scout was no play. Hang on, has it changed? No. That's their previous assignment. So their assignments are here. These are all the ones they had before. So when that was the new guy I brought in, and so they immediately get set to known talent when you... If you're delegating scouts yourself, when the new scouts join, they automatically get assigned to that for some reason. The reason this guy's got a different one is because it did that thing where it sort of started and then stopped. Same reason for this one here. Strange. Big shoulder. Why, thank you. I have been sitting up a lot lately. League has to be loaded. Apparently not, no. Otherwise, that would be really pointless. But no, from all the tests that Z did, that's not how it works. It does help, but if you set them up like this, it shouldn't matter. I'm curious to see if he's actually gaining any... You see, he's in Peru at the moment. 1%. But that's only been, like, less than a month for him in that nation. So, we'll see. I just want to see them actually watching some games. That'd be good. That's that. Every time I shuffle back now. Call the recommend player aside. It could be, actually, yeah. I don't think I clicked that, but it might just do it automatically, honestly. Cyprus League was a bit balked, potentially, yes. Emmett Doran with the 4 goals. Nice. So the Cyprus League wasn't balked so much as because it wasn't a league that was in the game at all, you can't access the winners and losers of it. Oh, that could be a confusing person, actually. I suspect that what happens is when you're the one that's actually managing your scouts, you see that, but when you're not, one, you wouldn't be looking, and 2, your chief scout probably automatically assigns them something new straight off the bat, so you would never notice it. So, okay, so there we go. Silvera, done. A signing has been made. Well, thank you. Just told the delivery lady to have a good night. I mean, there's so many things, Kate, in this sentence I've got to deconstruct here. Firstly, as you say, it's 11:50. What did she... I want to know how she responded. Did they just do the awkward you too? Because that's how it always is, isn't it? Have a good night. Think of it as being nice. You just send the newbie on loan. He's not actually here. He won't join until the summer because he can't leave Uruguay until he's 18. But the moment he joins, of course we will. It'd be cool if you could preemptively assign them to the development list. But I think I'm asking a bit much there, even for me. Agent offers. Actually, I should probably at least acknowledge these and have a little look, because they could be good for other clubs if they're cheap enough. But I would prefer that they would be potentially at least homegrown Irish, which obviously they can't be because they're 19. Could your manager... Oh, that's not good. Person serves you enjoy. If you say you too, it's an instinctive reaction. We've all done it. At 9 PM? Have a good weekend on a Tuesday. Standard. Poggiest keeper that ever pogged. Oh, God. Ajax at 19. £62 million. Yeah, he's a bit good, isn't he? He's a bit good. Look, damn. Damn indeed, my friend. Damn indeed. Let's see. Got scout next opposition. Shouldn't that also work if you play friendly with some African clubs? What will often happen if you do that, Anna-Reith, is firstly, scheduling friendlies with African clubs, they will just say no. You can't, like, they'll do the whole it's too far to travel thing, so that's not really possible. But also, a lot of the time what will happen is you'll get the I could not find any data on the team or whatever. Luxon... No. Hang on. Let's go with Luxon Rexons. I'm sure that's not correct, but do correct me. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh. They actually are, Rob, yeah. You could put... He's like a Manuel Neuer. He could probably play as like an actual defender or something, if not beyond that. Second tactic that your team is training as well. So, yeah. The reason I do... What I use second tactics for is... Although I actually haven't been doing it on this save, and I probably should have been. If you've got any, like, go-to switches you make during games, so you say you like to up the tempo sometimes a little bit. If you have a secondary tactic that has that trained, I believe it means that when you do move to it, your players will be more familiar with it, and thus it might get more output. That's what I do with Tromsø. My secondary Tromsø tactic, which I don't actually use, has a load of things that I like to switch to in it during games, and therefore I like to believe that the players are more familiar with it, so that when I do switch to it, we'll see. Let's have a look at this guy. He's 18. The problem we've got, I think the problem we've got is he's played for Greuther Fürth, but he's not actually that expensive. He's definitely worth another... Oh, here's another thing that I've been heard about. Instead of doing full knowledge, the 1 week scouting, you get so much more knowledge so much quicker, from what I can tell. There's also this guy, Luka Tadic, who I've been curious about. So again, I'll do the same thing with him. It's a bit more tedious to have to click it every time, but apparently it's quicker. And from what I can see, it does seem to be. You get that knowledge a week later, and it's way more progressed than it would have been for me if you hadn't clicked it. It seems to, like, not prioritize it, but just seems to do stuff for whatever reason. I've been actually every single window, Captain. Every single window. I was trying to sell a bed to a guy and told him to hop on. He had... So you could have got away with it if he'd had one. His English accent is better than mine. How dare you? You're not wrong, but how dare you? Default is 1 week. Oh, wait. Apparently, I already have that. Well, chat. I think what we've just assessed is the reason I used to get so annoyed at those scout reports where it would bring them through on a weekly basis. But then, the weird thing about it is that it would always do that and say that they were still scouting them. But if it was only 1 week, why were they still scouting them if it comes back after a week? That's weird. So it makes you wonder if that button actually doesn't work properly and it just does full knowledge anyway. Concerning. Because I've noticed that all the players on our scouting assignments list were set to full knowledge, even though I'd only been pressing this button down here. So that is a little bit worrying. It makes you wonder if that button doesn't work properly. And it just does full knowledge no matter what you click. Would we be surprised, my friends? Also, I notice how Severa's now dropped to 4 stars there, but he's still good enough attribute-wise for me. Boom to the Hex. Thank you so much for the follow. It's going okay, Govers. We've picked up a signing, done a bit of research, and found some interesting stuff to do with how certain elements of the agents work, I suppose. Finances are a bit thin. We're down to 13 mil at the moment, so we need to be careful with how much money we actually spend as well. When a new unscouted player... Right, okay. That makes more sense. Tadenda Musa. He's one of those players that can't decide where he wants to play. And I like those players, to be fair. But the 19 part is going to... Ooh. Hello, there's another one here, chat. Marco Cobello. Is he worth taking a cheap punt on as well? For other Irish sides, potentially, since this is the kind of signings we're trying to make at the moment. Because our squad is actually pretty solid right now. And I think until we've got... It's going to be another year, probably, until we can get a decent amount of change around again to go hunting for players that were actually going to make us any better at the point. If less than 300k. Yeah, I think that he might be a bit... Let's ask his agent. That always goes well. Thanks for that. Let's try it. I reckon he's going to be more expensive, weirdly, and that's too much. Let's see how low they'll go. 375. $800k is far too much. he's nowhere near as good as the other guy, and they want us to pay 800k. No. That's not good enough. So with the youth contracts, yes, technically, but what will happen is we still have to pay 500k because compensation. So it'll be nearly 600 grand just for that. It's usually cheaper to actually just outright buy them than it is to do the poaching and use. Also, what often happens I find when you try to do them like this is... sorry for the presents again. I don't know why that's... I need to turn that off on this side of things. Where is it? Yeah, they'll immediately sign them on a pro deal as well. But... So that he's too expensive either way, I'd say. He's just not worth that amount of money. Like, later in the save, it's the sort of player that actually wouldn't be... I wouldn't be against picking up. But, yeah. That's fine. They still want... Oh, what am I talking about? Falconers. Thighs freeze. 6. Yeah, they won't seem to go above 6. Not that I'm trying to sell him anyway, but, yeah. I think he's going to complain now. Thomas Cole. I don't know if there is a Thomas Cole. There's a Thomas Coleman and a Thomas Coleman and a Thomas Pole. Which particular one am I looking at, Emu? Hey, Otto. Little rainbow and a leprechaun. Send him for late. True. But the problem is, because of our low league rep, it's very difficult to... When you sign a player, basically, their value seems to pretty much settle in roughly around the price we paid for them, which makes it very difficult. With the exception of Shavrich, because we just got an unbelievable deal on him. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, he doesn't appear to be here, which is a shame. But also, a lot of the players I'm looking at are players for other clubs anyway, because we do need to start farming a bit more, as it were. Is he going to complain this time? No. Wow. Okay. They become unsettled and then just didn't. I thought that was almost guaranteed, but sure. I'm not knocking it. That's awesome. Maybe the big thigh-based fraud is actually a gentleman and a scholar after all. Get them one match, get some of these guys back in. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, Howcroft. There's a few contracts expire at the end of the season, and Howcroft's is one of them. And I suspect that it might be wise... It's tough to know what to do, honestly. The weekly Mitro look-up? Well, let's do it. No, actually, no. I'm going to look up Nico Williams. Oh. Okay, I didn't expect that. 55 grand a week at Seattle Sounders. 53 caps for Wales for 31-year-old Nico Williams. They paid £1 million. That... if only. If fucking only. £1 million for Nico Williams. I want to live in that world. Yeah, that agent, Pat Heavey, is useless. They're always leaving him. It's brilliant. Except for the time that Emmett picked him up as his agent briefly and then immediately dropped him again, which was actually really good. Hey, Muff. Treating you all right. We're just scrambling around trying out some new scouting stuff this window, seeing if it's going to be more effective for us and just finding new ways to break the game. Emmett has an agent. I believe he does, yeah. Emmett, where are you, bud? Oh, no, he does still have Pat Heavey as his agent. Why did I think he'd sacked her? Him. Huh? 6 minutes, not too bad. I think maybe he'll get a bump next year, potentially. That's a good trade. Exactly. And he's done... I don't know how much you've seen of him at Fulham. He's been brilliant. Unbelievable. Stojanovic. You're not going to get pissy at me as well, are you? Of course, this is a toughie. Yeah, Emmett's doing all right. It's weird. Oh, great. Really? Wait, why can't I send players to talk to him? Or is it just... What the hell? It's weird. They're actually losing social groups. Oddly. Right, speak about teammate happiness. Wants to leave clubs. Stanisa Stojanovic. It's weird that sometimes it doesn't give you the option to suggest that. Particularly as Stojanovic is usually one of the guys that's usually just like, yep, boss, I'm good to stay. We'll try it anyway. It might be just because the game considers it impossible, but we'll give it a crack, right? Can't hurt to try. If not, we'll have to... Oh, it worked. Well, hey! And that right there is why you should always try that first. Wingback. It's hard to say. He's, I would say, more of an aggressive fullback than an out-and-out wing-back, because obviously Fulham, we play a back four, so he's definitely required to do defensive capabilities as well. I wish he could play on both sides. Hey, don't you dare slate Joe Bryan like that. My hero. I'm glad I checked into that. Yeah, so the Stojanovic is fine. So that's one less thing to worry about. Mitro's got 35, I believe, because obviously Fulham haven't played a game of... We've not played in 2 weeks. So we didn't play this weekend, obviously, because it was international break. And we didn't play last weekend either, because it was our game... The game we had to play was scheduled... It was basically the team we were playing were in a FA Cup match. I think it was Forest. Pains me. No, he scored 2 goals in a playoff final, Dan. Witness him. Oh, dear. Trent wearing a big coat. Nico straps him on it. Maybe, yeah. Or just like... Yes, like 3 raccoons in a trench coat. It could work. Waiter narrows eyes. Is that all he did? Only 2 goals in a playoff final. Ah, who needs those? He's living off those 2 goals. And I would be too. Another 2 goals for Moses. Moses is at AFCON at the moment. What did he do in the Prem? I was joking. Christ, calm down. Well, actually, no, I just like Joe Bryan as a human and as a player. He probably will, though, Dan, yeah. Sad as it is to say, he probably will. He can still rock up at, like, a Premier League... not Premier League, like a middle-of-the-range championship side, though, easily. Joe Bryan has great distribution with his crosses and stuff. But, honestly, I'd love it if he went back to Bristol City. You know? 3 raccoons. That's fine, they're in a trench coat. Where do I buy from 22 the cheapest? Honestly, your best bet, Smith, is to probably just... Have you heard of a website called isthereanydeal.com? Because if not, first thing would be to probably try there. But there are a few places that you can get it possibly slightly cheaper with a discount code from certain creators. I don't have one myself, but I think 2Game is probably quite good, from what I've heard. How many goals has Moses got for South Africa now? 20 goals! Nice! And yeah, if you've got Game Pass, it's free on PC. And it is the same version, right? There's not like some weird version of it that they put for Game Pass, right? I actually don't know, because I've never used it. Cardboard cutter, yeah. If he leaves, I can use it as my memorial. Same one, sick. Oh, that's Pog again. For some reason, my Telegram noises now come through when I'm live, and I don't know why. Everyone's like, what? And I'm sorry you're not feeling well, Pog. CD keys. CD keys, as far as I know, don't they sell grey... Isn't that one they sell stolen keys on? Because if so, would not recommend. Might be wrong about that, though. I thought CD keys were one of those sites. Or is that... Oh, that's G2A in it. That I was thinking of. Only 2 half stars. Yeah, Moses is just excellent. He's a great player. Oh, yeah, any 5-star potential player. To be fair, I think some of that is based on form, obviously, ever since they made those slight switches. Super loyal. I got headhunted by a bigger team in my division, but told them I'd only join at the end of the season. I didn't know you could do that. Oh, yeah, I have seen that once or twice, actually. Maybe we should have gone... Yeah, probably. Should have just jumped. Yeah, 2Game is the one with creator codes. So you could sometimes get... I think it's 5% discounts you can get from them. Vicente, my friends, is doing mad things. That's true. That hidden trait is quite something. Is he? Oh, wait, hang on. Harry's found someone. Rest of them still not doing anything. Have you watched any games yet? Oh, you have? Okay, good. What about you? Nope. 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 How have you not watched... I suppose winter break, probably? But are they not playing friendlies in that period? Just go see someone. Do a thing. Anyway, New Zealand. What's he found? Dylan Chambers of Melbourne City, who's 23 years old. Now, obviously, I did set it to 23 just in case we see anyone amazing. But still, Vicente's looking interested so far. Do you reckon he scouted this guy because his name's Vicente? I mean, I wouldn't like to cast aspersions on our scout here, but I do wonder if he's just gone, he has my name. The loan technique. Which particular technique, Dan, are we talking about? The one where we get loads of our players out on loan to other sides? So we'll obviously scout him more. He loves a punch, does Vicente. But we'll give him another scout. It's worth at least another scout. Loan players out. So basically, what we've been doing this time around is any players we want to loan out, we've been adding to the development list, which appears here, and then setting the settings in here so that it's Ireland and then everything else is as low as possible, and then adjusting them on this side so that it's you know, they can play against the parent club, all that sort of jazz. This doesn't actually seem to get you any loan bids, but it does drum up interest in the players. So then, periodically, I'll just check in here and see when players are wanted by clubs. Now, he's wanted by big sides because of transfers, but you'll go through and you'll just have a look and see if there's any interest in them from other sides. If you then have a wanted sticker, then you then offer the player to clubs, loan targets, and then specifically the nation you're in. You could do the whole exclude foreign clubs. Doesn't work as well for some reason as just doing that. And then that's what you do. And that, in theory, should do it. Now, I tried the whole thing people told me about where you could offer out multiple players at once. The problem is it doesn't let you target where you're offering them. So it sort of defeats the point of what we're doing if I can't tell them to offer to Irish sides. Even though I went in to the offer out settings and it doesn't let you change it for some reason. So, yeah. So that one's going to have to be a no for me. But, you know, it is what it is. Hi. We're currently 18th. This year, at the moment, we're provisionally 16th with aims to go even further up. Oh, he's like Millie Mark 2, isn't he? It's not a bad player, though, is what I'd say. So that's actually a good piece of scouting there from Harry Croft. I'll acknowledge him for now. Not quite what I'm looking for, but that's not a bad find. 40 years. Thing is, Moses is actually remarkably quick. Our coefficients this year will... Even if you change the settings, I think I have them set up specifically, like in transfers and contracts, offer to clubs. So, senior squad, under 19 squad. But this is for loans, I think. But needless to say, I do have it set like that. But when I offer them out, I got loads of bids from clubs that weren't in Ireland. So it clearly doesn't listen to this when you try to do it with a mass amount of teams. Sorry, when you try to mass loan people in one thing, it doesn't seem to follow those instructions. So, obviously. Because why would it do that? So, yeah. I'm still going to have to do it one by one, sadly, if we're actually going to keep them at Ireland ones. So, obviously, there's no one left in Europe from Ireland anymore. But Bows got the furthest. They got to the playoff round this year of the Europa Conference Leagues. Thank you, Bobby. Sometimes the club... The problem is... The reason I don't want to do that is because sometimes if you've got a promise to a player to loan them out, and then you do that, you then end up turning down bids, and then they get pissed at you because of it, obviously if it's not Irish sides. So that's the problem. Joe, thank you for the follow. Dynamic target nations, exactly. Next hardest jump. Well, this is the thing. We're at that point. The hardest jump, literally, the point we're at now is probably the second hardest jump. Getting to the top 15 and... making that jump to get those extra positions, because then every point you gain, or every position you gain pretty much, gains you new stuff. All the way up to like 4th, really. It's going from 4th to 1st that's the biggest step. But this is probably the second biggest one, because you don't get anything new from like 30th all the way up to 15th. No, like Lozano. We could try. Problem with Lozano is that he... So... we could give it a crack. The issue I found with him is he seems to constantly want to go back to Colombia on loan. But we could try it. And as you know, so I've added him to the list here, and it automatically takes the instructions I put on the previous screen. But we'll see. Hey, Clip. Always watching, Wazowski. I love it. How are you, man? Yeah, very good timing, actually, Rob. Because I was just thinking about that myself. But that's the next step. Easy to jump if you get a good jumping rich. True. So that... central midfielder, probably not the man for it, really. There's a lot of variables to transfers. Some might say too many. Like a final call on a youth player. Well, I don't think there's a specific age on that, really, is there? It's more about the contract expiry of the player. And I think if players are coming up for renewal, that's when they need to be assessed, because at the end of the day, that's when the club's actually going to be expending cash. Right, we still have a number 12, which is fine. We'll just do that. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, that's fine. I love how you have to click it like 3 times to get it to actually go in a line. Did Clip give 50? That's amazing. I got one of those. I got one of those. I was a part of that. I saw it yesterday morning. Not yesterday morning, yesterday evening. Yeah, do you think he's the favourite? I love that all 3 of them are the favourite. And they probably will be, you know. I think this is the year that he probably... team's form. The form is kind of irrelevant at the moment because we're in pre-season. So our form's sort of just there. And most of the teams we're playing against are like... Well, other than here, Rapid VN, who have just smashed 3-1 there. It's fine. We're just trying to play a lot of friendlies to get our form good enough so that when we do end up having to play Leicester City, there. Wow, that's really late. We've got at least some quality going into it. 7 players just picked up straight off the list without me needing to offer them out. Really? I wonder if it's about, like, the time? Watch this. It'd be like 30 years, like, Cenk Bayrak, he'll be 30 years old, and then all of a sudden, clubs will want him. I did not, Otto, no. I do have a channel called Straight Red Card. It's my second channel. Man City want 3s. They're offering the same amount. Oh, no, they're not. It's gone up a tiny bit. Also, hey, Joe. How are you, man? 2033 is currently where we are. So, forgive me. It's early days. I don't know how much that is compared to last year, actually. Wait, was the top... Oh, for a second I thought the top... I love it. Every player on this list is ours, except for this guy. Even though they're low. That's what I like to see. Who are you? Chat. That right there is cracking business, and I hate to say it for Scamrock Rovers, but that is some amazing business. And this is why having a higher caliber of player in your squad beyond on loan from us allows them to then bring in better players. This is what I was talking about. We noticed this a lot with Norway. Once they started getting better players, even though they were only on loan from us, it then allowed them to bring in better players themselves on loan or on permanence from other teams, because they look at they're more willing to join them because the squad is stronger. It's genius. Doran's still here. He's just oh yeah, he's not there, is he? He's still, like, predicted to be one of the top scorers in the league. He's just been farmed out to the left a little bit. I'm excellent, Joe. Well, I say excellent. I'm a bit unwell, but we're here. We're plugging on through. I suspect that it probably can... yeah, so basically, I suspect that you can get players picked up directly off the list, but every time I see a wanted symbol, I immediately just offer them out, because that way I'm just sort of cutting a corner, essentially. Exceeding track limits, you might say. Leaf with a gifted sub to Ice Warrior DK. Thank you very much, friendo. That's very kind of you. Hey, Face Kicker. We're doing all right. Just trying to get ourselves ready for these Leicester matches, which mean a lot. It might be that. Something like that, Icarus. Or I suspect it's just because when clubs are assessing, when players are assessing in the game and the underlying code, whether to join certain teams, I suspect that the quality of the squad at the club does matter, hence why you see those, they must improve here and there. So, theoretically, were we to get a load of players out on loan to other Irish sides, which we're now doing successfully, particularly Scamrock, they've got some of our best talent, annoyingly, I suspect that that's then going to enable them to make better signings, because they'll be able to get better players. And that's the dream. 8 million. I wonder how much they're actually going to go up, because this is the last day of the window for a lot of these teams. So finally, this stuff can end. Stojinovic, Falkenhorst, Verbruggen. God, they won't leave Bart alone, will they? Give the loanee back. Yeah. No, you get to decide now. Remember, it's not forced upon you. Dynamic rival with Derby. That's mad. Did you do anything to get that, or was it just random? Yeah, I suspect that we always thought that Fies 3s had insane potential, but then he dropped in his ability when he got here, but he's slowly been picking it up again throughout his time here, and I reckon he's an absolute baller, which is why I want to make sure he gets more football this year. Hey, Jumpers! I'm not too bad, mate. How are you? Yeah, I wish Scamrock would not be that team, but they were the ones putting the bids in on the players, and we weren't at the time in a position to be able to say no because no one else was after them. Yeah, you're going home, obviously. Basically, yeah. I am the Ronald Reagan of football. Yeah, I love that. They won't even pay his wage. They're just like, no, you're going to help us. I'm like, no, I'm not. Oh, now they want to loan him. Presumably the reason they're doing this is because with it being so late in the window, they immediately flip to loans on the final day of the window because they don't think they get the deal done. As we found out, though, that doesn't even matter because we tried to do that with some outgoing loans and they somehow fell through despite being arranged prior to the last day of the window. Very odd. 2 favourites for the Champions League and the Premier League. Interesting. Maybe we'll get that later on then. We'll end up forming a rivalry with Bayern or something. I haven't, no. The Ronald McDonald of football. Hey. They'll get their 1% of the profits. Just not from me. Chelsea make freeze offer. 9.5 off. Finally, the first bid that actually exceeds the price we paid for him. Well done, Chelsea. Still not selling him. Because he doesn't want to leave for some reason. And that's great. Blaze Games, thank you very much for the follow. Ooh. Oh no, I got excited there, but I think most of this is... Oh, hang on a minute. No, there's not. Hang on. I want to just have a little look and see if any of these guys are responsible. Vicente's doing great. Tom Brady found Michael Clare from Hibs. All right, interesting. Nothing much for you guys sitting at the back here. They're the guys at the back who aren't doing their homework. Star player, that's an easy one. Where is he? Probably, I think chat would agree. Probably the greatest footballer that's ever lived, I would argue. I think maybe he's got a couple of bits he could probably work on, but I think chat would agree. Yeah, indeed. I don't think you've ever really seen... I mean, just look at that development progress. Yeah, some American lad actually has a poster of him on the wall. Look at the pros. Exactly, Rob. Thank you. Counts towards that. Oh. Right, okay. That's enough. Right, sorry, Joe. It's just a thing we do whenever someone asks us who our best player is. We always show them Roy Galvin. This is our actual best player. This is Zlatko Shavrich. Also, meanwhile, I accidentally nearly raided Kaka Seagull then. Oh dear. I was halfway through typing raid and then I realised that was not the right idea. Hopefully that works. Please put something in chat. Oh. Hey, Obo, how's it going? He is a true beast. Now, the Roy Galvin thing, basically, we were unable to fill a full squad for a Champions League match one time because of so many injuries. The game allocated us a man called Roy Galvin who was a greyed out player on the bench. We then brought him on in the match because we were already so good and winning. And then before the game had finished, I signed him onto a real contract. So then he joined us. He then scored a winning goal for us in the league a week later. And since then, club legend. Asserting penalty merchant. Which particular penalty merchant is that? Oh, it's an agent offer. Yeah. I presume I might use cards. It's Vincente again. Extremely doubtful. But he does have a mate. He's definitely worth another look. I realise 19, but Vicente's actually bringing some quite good players quite quickly, isn't he? I knew he was the right man for the job. Lovely news. Right, well, do you another week then. You're the one... 5 million quid is a lot of money. I'm not sure I like this one, Tom. But nice effort. And how are we getting on this guy? Because I think he could be an interesting signing. Let's go back to the cards for a second. We'll acknowledge that. Moving there. Here we are, chat. Using cards. What a day to be alive. Yeah, I can now start... I'm starting to understand the value of the card view. But it only really works for me when you've not got 100 players in every scout report. Which, of course, we won't do for the meantime while we're doing this. See... Fully scout. But yeah, so now I still have to go into here and go scout for 1 week because I don't want to fully scout him at the moment because this apparently seems to be better. Man can dribble. Yeah, you're right. Actually, he might be okay. Just don't ask him to cross anything, you know? Decreased agreed playing time. So the first tip I would give you is never ever sign a player on a star player contract. The second tip I could give you is when they join, if you do think you've put them on too high of a contract, you can actually turn their thing down on the day they join and they won't complain. Other than that, your best bet is trying to give them new contracts and lowering their... Sometimes they will accept a lower squad status if you offer them a new deal. Maybe. If you're lucky. RB Salzburg... Weird. We've rarely ever played them. So we played RB Salzburg in the very early days of our Champions League history. Got smashed by them at this park in Ireland. Like an actual park with like houses in it. And we have not played them in a playoff since. At any point. The only time we've played Red Bull Salzburg was in the Europa League knockouts last year. We've managed to somehow dodge them this whole time. So Luka Tadic. Is this what I mean? So that's his fully scout player. When you go to here. So that's fully scout player. So then, what is the point of the setting when it says action buttons, scout player? There is no scout player button. There's only a button that says fully scout player. Jack Reedy, thank you so much for the follow. So that would explain why that was always happening. So that means I have to go in here and hit that. Does it mean that's the scout button that appears there or something? It has to, right? And maybe that then changes this value here. Oh, dear. So we'll keep scouting Luka Tadic. David Didi. Nah. And these guys, I think... I'm not sure where they've come from, actually. Loan list. Oh, they're right. So that's why we're getting notified about them, because they're loan listed. And Tom's like, you need to know about this. Just because of your skin. Is it? It could be. Should be just scout. Or the skin is just revealing what it actually does. So, Oh, hang on. We already described it, because wasn't it like it says scout player unless you've already scouted them once, and then it says fully scout player, I suspect. Something we talked about earlier, actually. You're right. Sign Jacob Hoare, I wish. I think he's probably retired by now. Needless to say, these guys are all just listed because of... These loans would be kind of pointless for us at this point. Wilson Beckles. I like the fact that he's... Is that Honduran? Oh, of course not, Tom. But then think of some of the things in this game that don't make sense from anyone's point of view, really. Hi, Hoare. I mean, bold of you to assume that it's not just a mistake on the coding side, like every other thing. I suspect that it's because we've already scouted the player once, and that's why it switches it. How much budget? Budget's a bit low. 5 million. Wage budget, loads at the moment. But we've got to be careful, because we're running our money a little bit light on the actual finances side of things. So we're trying to target a few cheap options over this window. We've already made a lot of signings anyway. We spent £29 million on players through the last calendar year, to give you an idea of just how much money we were investing in the squad last year, which means that this period might be a bit of a lean one while we do a bit more. While I just try to see if this scouting is going to be any better for us, really. Hey, Stealthy Assassin. So let's see. Hello, Millie. It's going all right. It's going all right. I don't think the board have taken the money yet, because they've not really done anything with that yet. So you'll notice it's not even... Lol. It's not even showing up in here yet. Oh, by the way, we failed the develop best youth academy in the country thing again, despite having no control over that, because they won't let us do anything. Highest play player on 25 grand, which is Shavrich. 25 grand. Oh. So I'm not going to do this, because that's pointless, and that's also pointless for us right now. And we have no scouts available for you to actually take away from a task that I actually want them doing at the moment. New stadium needed. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, not managing the national team. That's pointless for this. Is that lower bid than what Chelsea bid? Fair one. I keep thinking that Steve Mulcahy for a second. We did manage to get Europa League. We beat... was it 5-0 we beat Anderlecht? Yeah, we beat them 5-0 in the final group stage game to finally actually do a good. But then we got drawn against Leicester. So it's, you know, not great. So, yeah, the reason they want our players on loan, by the way, is because that they can't get the deal done before the end of the window. So they were offering us money for the transfers before, but then they're just trying to, like, sneak it. Who are you being sold to? No one yet. Wait, have they put a bid in? No. Although they have actually... We have had quite a lot of bids from you recently. Just not good enough for me to sell you. We should be getting Leicester game today, yeah. Because, obviously, normally on the transfer stream, we wouldn't have pressed continue yet. Whereas now we've gone through, like, 2 weeks of game time. So, yeah, I suspect we will. This means nothing to me at this point. I wonder if we up this... These will take care of themselves, but I kind of want to put as much money into this just in case it gives us a boost. Biggest achievement was probably getting out of the... Actually, no. Either us getting out of our Champions League group a couple of years ago, or last year when we got to the Europa League final. That was a hell of an achievement. I only lost on pens in there. 10.5 million. Wow. This guy is a player. He needs to be playing a lot this season. There's clearly something there. Does anyone else do that, where you kind of use interest from other clubs as like a litmus test for how good your players could potentially be, knowing that they must be seeing something in there? Avoiding Roy Galvin as well. Right, so unregistered players. Okay. Let's see how this goes. That's really annoying. That the Donut, because he's gone from a loan move to a permanent signing, now has to be re-registered. Not that it's a big issue, but imagine if we couldn't. Stojanovic is already fine. Mate's not here. Could I get Lozano in? I don't know if I can. I think we might have to leave it at that. Let's see if I can get him in. Nah, didn't think so. Unless there's anyone I can remove. Chenk's in. And he counts as a homegrowner anyway. Let me just get rid of some of the under-19 squads. It's probably going to have to be as well. Yeah, he does count as a new player, even though it's just a loan move being made permanent. But what can you do? Yeah. Where do I usually stream? I usually stream... in fact, every single, apart from one time, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Not every Saturday, but most Saturdays. From 11 AM UK time, because I don't know where you're based, Joe, to roughly 3 PM. Sometimes we go a bit longer if the shit we need to do, and occasionally I drop a little bit shorter on Saturdays. Oh, is the Aaron McGowan thing doing it again? Oh, Aaron McGowan's not in. Yeah. Because remember, we did that last time where we realized we could take him out now because he counted as under 21. But yeah, I think we're kind of... It's not the end of the world. 30 Lozano will complain. As you can see, he's already being a dickhead. But I think our best bet is probably just to piss him off, then let him leave. Sorry, let him leave on loan. And Rocha, I want to loan out as well. Falconos doesn't count as 21. He will next year, though. I think we just have to do that and take the beating. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. My apologies, Chatto. Thank you for correcting me. And now we get play. Yeah, there we go. How I've been treating him. Oh, I'm sorry, Fernie. Go back to Habbo Hotel. Right. Atmosphere. Yeah, get on with your job. I'll loan you. But you're really good, and I'm certainly not going to sell you, because the only clubs that want to buy him are Colombian sides. Jotaro. I have no idea what that even is, Dan. I couldn't even register. We actually probably could have registered Roy, because he's homegrown. He would have counted, and I always forget. Now he's old enough that he has to actually be registered. So, Rakov's contract expires at the end of the year, and he's on £10,000 a week. And part of me thinks that he might be... It's a problem. It is a problem. Kamchizata, thank you very much for the follow. If I should say to someone to be a successful streamer, do the opposite of whatever I do. It's like... Actually, what I would actually say for advice for that is ignore anything you see on TikTok about advice to be a good streamer. Yesterday, because I was sort of confined to the bed, I found myself watching a lot of TikToks and somehow ended up on the small... This is self-described, small streamer version of TikTok. And every single piece of advice on there is trash. It is sometimes actively would be negative rather than helpful. It's insane, some of the stuff you see on there. For example, there was this one video, this guy said, hey, look, here's how you get all these sponsorships. Showed a list of all these websites. And every single one of them, they weren't sponsorships. They were affiliate schemes. It's not the same thing. It's really not. It's the source of knowledge. Imagine that. I know. Crazy. Also, it depends on how you measure success. Indeed. Like, yeah. But what I would say, Otto, if you do have any more specific questions about streaming, hit me up or drop me in chat and I will try my best to answer them, of course. Good guy on loan. Which good guy? Which guy on loan? Roy's growing up in it. Capybara, yes please, Inferno. Just send them to... Inject them straight into my veins. Colombia. When did you get Raid Shadow Legend sponsor? Hey, your boy turned Raid down. Does that count? The thing is, it's difficult with streaming because I started streaming from a position that most people don't, in that I already had a moderately successful YouTube channel and thus oh, Palanet, yeah, but I want to keep him out of Scamrock as long as possible. So sometimes, Rob, occasionally when I feel like it. I think the best thing I say to you is really don't try to if you actually know the best thing I can say, if you're trying to grow on Twitch, don't use Twitch as a focus for growing on Twitch. Say you were like, oh, I've got this extra time now. Say you've got like a couple of months off for whatever reason and you want to just like stream and you want to grow a stream. Don't stream every day. Don't stream for 9 hours a day every day. Pick some scheduled times a week where you can make what you feel like is a good product for a few slots, then spend the rest of that time making content for other platforms to drive people towards the Twitch. I'm still not very good at that myself, but the TikTok side of things has helped. Since I started doing that, we have noticed changes. And I think that's the best thing you can do is focus on other platforms to try and bring things to Twitch in the first place. Look at Twitch as the end goal rather than the destination rather than the arrival part, I guess. That have fun. Honestly, have fun with it. Don't worry too much about stuff like that and just try to enjoy it. Since you stick to the crash got big. How dare you, sir? You big boomer. You can discipline them and they get slow. Slow the grow. Really? Interesting. Found you through TikTok, to be fair. Literally. Literally. This is my point. It's... Advertising for the streams, yes. That's why I need to do more one-off content. That's why I was talking about how I feel like my current YouTube content is not conducive to actually growing, because it isn't. people aren't randomly tuning in for episode 46 of Nordic Nomads. People that watch it from the start are, and also what I would say is the actual viewership on that has been extremely good. It's not really dropped off at all, which is great. But there we go. You absolutely can't. No, you ruin yourself. We thought we might have found the TikTok watcher from Pog's Train, Icarus, but we're not sure. I know the name of the person that followed me around the same time on TikTok, so if they ever follow on Twitch, then we'll know, right? 21. Hey, Dunder Mifflin. I convinced him. Yeah, I would say so. Rob, leave people alone. Jesus. I was watching TikTok yesterday, for crying out loud. It's like, I feel like, yes, it has an element of a younger audience, I suspect, but I believe certain elements of it are probably just about the same. I imagine that the people that are actually watching FM content on TikTok are probably just the same as the rest of us in terms of the age demographic breakdown, you know? Same as how I believe FM has a much higher age breakdown on Twitch and YouTube probably than certain other games, for obvious reasons. I'm going to stall this for now, and we'll revisit this. Tortosa's improving again. Lies, how dare you. Well, yeah, it's a feedback loop, isn't it? It's a serotonin and... Not serotonin. It's a dopamine-induced feedback loop. And I know for a fact that that's the case, because yesterday was the first time, really, that I sat down and actually watched it for an extended period of time. And now my brain is going, oh, I can't wait till later on when I get an hour and I can sit and do it again. And that's worrying. So I'm going to go for another run instead. Oh, but literally, it's scary how addictive that loop is. That feedback loop that they've got. But it is still a very useful and encouraging platform for growth. And I feel like that's why I wanted to make sure I got on there, because it was an excuse for me to try a new platform and get to be a bit creative with stuff and make some contracts specifically for it, which I have now done. And some of it's been very successful, honestly. You're in the end of your building a nation. Holy shit, which nation are you building? Certainly, yeah, Lucan, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I limit my crippling addictions to Twitch and YouTube instead. I actually don't watch that much Twitch, like live a lot of the time. Sometimes I'll put streams on in the background, but not as often as perhaps others do.
So I tell the swamp donkey,
right, these are all loan list notifications. One thing I like about cards is this at the top. The fact that it actually tells you the source, so you can immediately ignore stuff straight away. Blue Skis, thank you for the follow. Adding the Faroe Islands or something through the editor. Oh, the custom leagues one, Claybert. Yeah. I'm a filthy body. I am. I'm surprised you saw that one, because that's probably one of my worst performing TikToks. Not very many. Obviously, damn man, I've only just got back into it again. I did like 6 on Sunday, which was kind of nice. Yeah, good old Tom Brady. Real guy, by the way. So basically, the main reason for that, Husby, is because it's one of the few platforms where that's negative. I find mostly... Put it this way. If I use Twitter all the time, like a really active, like, brain rot, in terms of, like... Do you know what I mean? If I use Twitter constantly and was tweeting all the time and posting content, then I would probably post more links to live streams. But nobody wants to follow someone on Twitter who all they do is post links to their live streams going live. Because that, to me, is not providing any value, which is why I don't tweet out the streams. Unless it's like really, really big, then I'll do it. But just because I can't stand Twitter, and so I only have it because I almost have to. So it's just not a platform I want to use. And as a result, I feel like it'd be a waste of time me posting things like going live. Unless it's like a big deal, then I will. True. I look at Twitter the same way I look at diseases. Speak really fast. Do I? God. Yes. It has been noted. I apologise, but it's just the way I speak in it. I call that anxiety. Worse than Facebook. I don't use Facebook either, actually. But I think, yes, arguably, yes, it is. They're both as bad as each other, honestly, just for different reasons. I don't even have I only have a Facebook account. I've got that one that allows you to only use Messenger. I talk with too many characters. Exactly. That's why I'm not allowed to use it. Did you sanitize? You have to sanitize your face, I think, Leaf. I get around it by just not doing it. How you can use Instagram actually now has similar functionality to TikTok. So you could technically do Instagram Reels in the same way that you do Shorts or TikToks. I just haven't got around to doing that yet. But that's probably how you would use that. I used to post stories when I went live with like a custom graphic I made. But again, most people that are seeing that already know you're going live. So it's... I tend to look at, am I providing value? So with the the TikTok stuff, I like to believe that I am providing some kind of value there, because whether it be a funny clip that we have from stream or a little guide video, I like to believe that I'm adding something, and that's why I can justify making the content. Have you got a Quora page? Do you know I don't? Oh yeah, good luck with that, Dean. Should have bought a Vive. MySpace. It's still a thing, isn't it? Through Bebo. Oh, that's the dream. No idea. Never had a Bebo account. Never. Only barely had a MySpace account. If anything, I find that more the stream is driving people to the OnlyFans, Rob. Yeah, I think that's really... You go through my link tree chat. I used to actually have a Yahoo Answers account. Here's a fun one for you, chat. This is a bit of behind the curtain stuff from one of the things I used to do. Twisted, thank you so much for the follow, right? So back in the day, I don't know if you've heard of a website called ClickBank. They basically sell digital products, mostly ebooks and guides, right? For usually quite large markup, and the commission is enormous, right? So one of the things you could do was you build a website selling and promoting ebooks like that, but you're sourcing products through ClickBank. And what you would do, this is back in the day, you'd go to Yahoo Answers and you'd answer people's questions legitimately and provide value. After a while, you'd be able to build up enough rep on the website that you'd be allowed to add links to your answer. Then what you do is you search through the answers and find topics that were relevant to the ebooks and products that you were selling on your website. You would then answer the questions properly, but then drop a link to your website with a review of the ebook on there, and you would make mondo sales through it. I'm just saying. There's some very weird ways to make money on the internet. That's one of the things I used to do. This is a long time ago, but that was a thing that you could do. Oh, Kvenhaugen, thank you so much for the follow. MSN Messenger. Probably some emo lyrics. Oh, it's a new suggestion. Hang on a minute. Are you a scout? Oh, you're an agent. Oh, yeah, that's the agent one, isn't it? It was Yahoo Answers. That doesn't even exist in the same form anymore. Contract renewal notification. Hello. Interesting. Andy Carroll's Bebo. Wow. Oh, thank you, Hits. Is that because I assume you're a non-native English speaker, or am I literally just speaking too fast? Because I realise I am sorry about that. Pokemon Showdown to promote your Twitch. Oh, dear. Insane people. Oh, that's a new one. I've not heard of that. So, what does this mean? Does this mean that his contract is up for expiry soon? I've never actually taken a look at this guy properly. A game show host, possibly. Or an auctioneer. Been offered a new deal. Right, I see. It's a bit weird that they'd say that. RuneScape? I've never played RuneScape, ever. One game I am definitely going to be buying this week, though, is Risk of Rain 2, because I've been watching people play it, and it looks really fun. Lycos Doggo, thank you. I'm glad... Right, I'm glad you've said that, Yamaha, because I was starting to convince myself that that didn't exist. Much like that Gladiators thing with ice skates that existed on on Saturday night television once in the 90s. Seems a bit pointless. Yeah, it does a bit, doesn't it? Which is a shame, because he's really good, but the problem with this is young boys wanted way too much money. So we'll have to just acknowledge that for now. New recommendation from Tom Brady. Really? Aren't you scouting the UK, Tom? Or is it just because he's my head scout? Just walk around the street going up to people and being like, hey, baby, I'm streaming tonight. And then just run away screaming twitch.tv/SecondYellowCard. Let me just have a look. Oh, the problem is, I wish it would tell you if it came from an assignment. New recommendation is great, but where did he get that information from? That's what I want to know. Tom Brady. So it didn't come through there. So where did Tom find this information? So it wasn't in the scout reports. Still, way too expensive for us. And his estimated wage is far too high. So he's another lone listy. We don't care about you. New suggestion from... That's an agent. Scouting finished. Why did Dan Bent do the scouting when there's a guy already there? I suppose... That'd be good as well. Wouldn't it be cool if the scout that got the guy in the first place was the one that continued the scouting? But I guess Dan Bent got to do it instead. How is he looking, old Vicente? Yeah, probably more information required. Do a bit of that for now. Oh, that's all of them. Nice. He heard him through FM33. Oh, dear. Well, it would just say recruitment team, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll figure this out, though. We're getting there. At least we're getting reports now. A full FM ASMR video. That would be quite fun for TikTok, actually. I actually do want to make a YouTube video about how to get players to stay, because I feel like that's something we get questions a lot about on stream, and we've been pretty good lately at keeping them. So I think it might be something that people perhaps would like to know, like a checklist guide in order of how to go through about getting a guy to stay when you've got bids from other clubs. They're using their service. Oh, there's so many of those. It's like in American TV shows, when, particularly cop shows, where they'll have a certain car sponsor, usually someone like Ford or GMC, and they'll be on the way to a crime, and they'll do this whole cutaway about how they've got great sat-nav, and it's like, yeah, no one cares. But it's obviously because it's product placement. It's funny as hell, though. Oh. Having breaking spine. That's the ultimate tip, yes. That's my number one tip, is get a player on the opposing team to break their spine. But failing that, other suggestions are allowed. Alan on the left side. No. Also, I really do want to give more space to freeze this season. I'll put Chavera in there, though, since Tortosa's playing centre-back today. This is only the cup final. And I think he's still at the international what's-my-jigs. We've had a couple. Actually, I might put Hansen in. Where's Hansen? Speaking of new signings, now might be an opportunity to try him out. I think he's gone into our under-19 squad. Yes, he has. Right, okay. Oh, well, fuck it. I'm going to start him anyway. I'm going to also move him into the senior squad because we kind of need him. There we go. Oh, yeah, hang on. I can put Emmett on the left, can't I? You're right. That was silly of me. How's Emmett looking on the left side now? Still shit. Okay, well, that's good to know. He's getting there. He's getting there slowly. Precisely, Hodzy. I'll do that. That's fine. That's the kind of promotion I need.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh yes, very
Next match,
soon.
yeah, it's
building
fine,
it now.
but I often make a lot of changes anyway, so it's sort of, there's definitely good uses for that, but I find that that's more important for me when I want to make specific tactical switches. I haven't really used that much this year. 06 Russ, thank you so much for the follow. I'll just leave it as that. We weren't really ready for this anyway. Right, I'm gonna have a pee break, which means I need to think of a. All right, here's one for you, chat. Internet puns. Internet-related puns for footballers and football teams. That's your task. I'll be back in a second. I need to pee. I am particularly enjoying Andrei Yahumalenko. www.venlo.com. Zenit St. Zuckerberg is pretty good too. James Ward-Prowser. But, oh my god. Ask Peter Shreves. Where was... Andrei Yahumalenko is extraordinary. Tim Berners-Lee Griffiths is really good too. Andrei Yahumalenko. Oh, that's done me. There's always one I pinpoint when I come back from a pee, and it's that one. Nigerian prince scam rock rovers. You've got no OnlyFans. A lie. Oh, God. That's great. OnlyFans. Outlook de Jong. Outlook de Jong, actually, that's quite good, too. That took me a minute. Right. So did the Irish President's Cup, but be nice to see how Newman does. I wonder if Falconors might just get only farps. Ebray Wanderers. Oh. Niall Quindos is good too. Enjoy. What's this? Oh, wow. And he's Mozambique. Oh. Why can't we find players like this, eh? Good regions from Mozambique. You'll love to see it. And we move. Hopefully Anders hand. Danny Pings. Home and away only fans. Oh, good, it's the Kick Clash game. Oh, okay, that was the highlight apparently. Lee Snapchatamol. Good. PayPal Mabuti. Gary Internet Speed Test. Go on, Thighs. Oh, it's a great goal. The Thighs scores the first goal of the season, and hopefully the first of many this year. It's going to be a breakout season for the Frozen Thighs. 5-star potential. There you go. Enjoy. That is a cracking free kick. It's Gareth Bale-esque. You don't want to look at my Chelsea urchins. Frangie Owl. No, hang on. Frangie Owl. Oh, I got it right the first time, didn't I? Or it could be Frangio. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime, though. That's very, very kind of you. Welcome aboard, my friend. How is your day? Wayne Routerledge, very good. Incognito Williams is very good as well. I don't know. I think it's going to take some serious punnery to beat. I've forgotten it already. Oh, Andre Yahoo Malenko. Timo Cookie. Timo Cookie. Oh, Chef Kikuki also could work. Tweety United. That's good. Also, Shavrich is off. He's begun. He hath begun. Yeah, so weirdly, Paolo, we've not got an exclamation mark on it. It's just the word puns. Oh. Danny Bingwater. To be fair, Murph, you've gone strong early, and I rate that. A to Z Alkmaar. Nord RVPA. Jesus Christ. Oh. Not bad, big boy. We've got the guy who's on the ball right now. Hansen has just joined us. We've signed up a guy called Silvestra, who will join us in the summer, who's going to be for some other clubs. Savage is through again. It begins. But mostly, we haven't had a huge amount of funds this time because we spent nearly 30 million last year. And we also had a mandatory fee to pay. So we've not had the biggest amount of funds, but we've sort of changed the scouting around, and we're currently investigating a new scouting method. I say new scouting method. Zealand's new scouting method. Seeing how well it works for us. Aston Mozilla. Antivirus Sparkly. Jesus Christ. Mo Salad. That's not to do with the internet, though. Specifically, we're doing internet-related puns. Adrian Hulu. Oh, good shout. Firefucks. That's good. That's a good one. Mozilla kind of works. Oh, I'm suddenly feeling a little bit better today now. Let's cheer me up. Delhi AliExpress. That's very good. Uh-oh. I think Devlin's about to chip our keeper. Oh no, just scores. Fair one. We've only had 17 minutes. McAfee Haifa. Super, super good. Papa Paz UK. Thank you for the follow. McAfee Haifa. Oh, that's verging on Hall of Fame worthier for me. That's got me. Hello. What up, Pogs? How do... Huh? Would you like a hug? Yeah. Fucking hell. I mean, I feel like I'm getting more out of this than you are. I'm not. Wholesome. Sorry, did you come up for large-scale sympathy. Is that what we're looking for here? there, mate. Greenock Norton is good. That's very good. We still only had 20 minutes here. Shavich has got a hat-trick. It's just what he does. Ah. You'll be alright. Is there anything I can do?
No, because
I was hoping that would be the answer. Wait, hang on, what? You know what I'll do? Do you? Because I don't know what I'll do. What?
Nothing.
Oh, nothing. Yes, sorry, correct. You have won nothing. It's like a snap up, indeed. Just the 6-minute hat trick there from Shavich. Nothing to see here. Borderline cute. Oh, I'll take borderline. You actually gonna be okay though?
I don't know.
Might die. Better get the F's in chat early then, I suppose. To pay respects, of course.
I won't wake up tomorrow.
You won't wake up to? Please do. How am I going to make the bed? It's well awkward, mate. How many channel points to CM die? At least 1,000. Like,
I'm worth more than 1,000.
all right, 1,200. Sammy Hyperlink is pretty good. Standard safety there, I'd say. Craigslist Bellamy is great. Leroy Prime US. What the hell was that? Just moving away from your illness for a second. What the hell was that? I think that goalkeeper's caught the same thing. Did he just... Why? Why and what? I have so many questions, chat. Oh, 800 is... Does that just happen to coincide with the amount that you have, Claver? The goalkeeper's just... Beautiful work. Wood propos... Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, I was going to say, that keeper's not catching anything. Oh, where's Huluhan? Could work. Oh, I just realised that wasn't what you wrote. Where's Huluhan? There's one for me. You sure you're going to be alright? Just drink lots of water, please. And, like, put your corgi snuggie on or something. Take Regina and... Oh. Take Regina. Oh, that emote, though. Is that one of the tier 3 emotes? Emu. Because I've not seen that one in such a long time. Oh, red unloading. Virus Christie. It's pretty good, actually. Huh? Bye. Hey, it's going all right. We're 5-1 up in the first half here. Admittedly, this is a the President's Trophy or whatever. It's the Community Shield, basically. But still, Shavich is showing up, which is what you like to see. We want him in good form before we play Leicester later. Oh. Are you ready to play? Oh, it's tenuous, but I'll give you it. Trojan or SQL Haji. If he had a son, would it be his sequel? Oh dear. I'm not sure I've got SQL Haji Juve in my database. I have to do a lookup. Lan Venegor of Esselink. These are good ones. Jan Venegor of Hyperlink is also very solid. Oh. Hyper Harry Winks. Oh, it works. This is a tune. Just thought I'd mention that. I'm just enjoying vibing. So Shavich has got his 10. I don't think he needs to do much more. Shavich in Ireland is kind of like... He's basically like an 18-year-old man who's been asked to play like in an under sevens football match. That's what it feels like having him in our team sometimes, particularly domestically. He's filth. Emmett Doram under our games. Oh, he's in again. There he goes. 5th goal of the season. So about that thing where I said that I suspect he might beat Emmett's record for goals this season, something tells me there's a very strong chance that he might. Given that that's his 5th goal of the year, and we've played 65 minutes of the first match of the year. Emmett got 65 one year. I reckon Shavich could get 80? Maybe 80's a bit much. It's a lot of goals, though. And the thing is, he doesn't get tired either, which is scary. We'll get Anders off, though, because he does get tired. God, look at the midfield options. This is filth. Even Mihai's playing well. That's how you know something's gone wrong. 100 goals. Imagine if he actually got 100 goals. I mean, if he does this every game, he'll be right on his way. But it's the fact that we won't have to rest him as often as Emmett that I think actually will make a huge difference. Doran's doing okay. He's still learning it, really, but it's the only way of having him in the team still without dropping him entirely. Pleased to meet you. I watched a video about Mishu the other day. I think it was a Tifo one. Erling Braut Haaland. Oh god, what's Pog sending me now? A bottle of premium caramel syrup, 1 litre. What have you... Oh, right, that's the cost of stuff. Right, okay. Pog, just as a side note, every time you message me on Telegram, chat can hear it. How do I mute you? Mute notifications. Thank you. For 4 hours. Perfect. It's weird how that never used to work. Dean, I swear to God. You bastard. I'm muting you as well. The second I do it, he pops up. You bastard. Oh, God's sake. Thank Christ none of the others are in stream right now. We won a cup. The second I went, oh, it's sorted now. Bing. Oh, great. I can almost feel Dean right now in the group chat being like, oi. Swear to God. If I see the name Sammy pop up in my bottom right hand corner, I'm going to stick his board game up his arse. Why are we still... There we go. Our team has 0 shots on target. It's bound to be 3 all Sky, usually. I find that when you're that far ahead, yeah. But I don't actually want to mute the application because I do want to still be notified of those sounds. It's just, it never normally makes the sound on stream. And now it does. It's weird. And what I mean by that, Chico, is I'll just forget and then I won't get notified of stuff and it's a pain then. I'd rather just mute it for a couple of hours. Thankfully, you can at least do that. Just the 5 goals for Shavrich there. Nice start there, buddy. What was his XG for that game? It's actually quite a high XG considering none of those were pens. Jesus. Right. Now, whoa, I should probably get rid of the College Corinthians game just in the middle of this. Probably don't need a friendly against them. There. The Donut made his debut. He's been here a year and a half and that was his debut. It is weird the game does that, though. Yeah, we'll cancel the Corinthians match. Now we can put in a proper training session. And, hang on, we're playing them again. We are. We're playing them again. 8 game. Oh, yeah, that's pointless, isn't it? Choose captain for the season. So, yeah, we've got a slight problem with Bart. Bart's contract expires at the end of the year. I tried to offer him a new contract, but he actually wanted more money than even I was allowed to offer. And that is saying something when you look at how much money that I am allowed to offer. Yeah, he wanted £27,000 a week. And I wasn't able to offer it to him. So that could be a problem. And I do not want to lose Bart. We'll have to try again in a bit. Because that would be catastrophic to lose a goalkeeper like Barty. One of the best goalkeepers I've ever had on FM, actually. Unironic. Oh, shit. So it's going to have to be rotation for the Sligo game. So Locomotive... I want to see how far I can push them, honestly, with Rakov. Because his contract expires at the end of the season too. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Because I think he'll say yes, won't he? Okay, good. So what I'm going to try and do is... Reasonable bid. Okay, what's a reasonable bid? How about 4? How about 3.8? 3.9? If someone actually came and gave me 3.9 million, I think I'd be okay with that. Because his contract's expiring at the end of the season. And he's got a lot of money for someone that actually doesn't play as often as you might think. Despite being really good, I think that he might be a time for him to move on. If they actually pay the 3.9 mil. And if not, then no problem, really. Oh, dear. Hwang Hee-4 Chan. I always forget about Hwang Hee-Chan. He's got some good goals this season. He's been a great defender for us, honestly. Really good defender. Yeah, I'm not sure that that's quite the amount that I just mentioned there, Anton. So I'm going to reject these because that's nowhere near the amount of money. New suggestion. Is that... Right, that's agent, isn't it? Yeah, so... I've got to get used to which... oh, hang on. I wanted to just... I'll have a little look at some of them. Because he's at the age 21, though. Actually, with the agents, I might just have a look at this screen just quickly, just to do that. To make sure we're not missing out on anyone like that. Yeah. So that's a recruitment team again. Offering to Rakov. Oh, dear. Gonna buy the share from Milk Brother. What's a Milk Brother? Oh, right. I thought you were calling me brother. We don't live in Norfolk. We're fine. Adriano, how's he looking now? Quite spicy, actually. Ah, shit, wrong button. What about you? They really are not doing a very good job of getting me more information on this lad, are they? Yeah, just stumbled into the wrong... Very, very bad. Wrong stream. We can't afford you. It's a shame, because I think he would actually be a quality signing. We just cannot afford him. Tackling's a bit shit, but... God, he's good. Won't talk to us anyway. Why am I... Yeah, he's one of the old scout reports. Tadic again. Fuck it, I'll just... Get more scouting on him. Alright. Check in with the scouty boys, see if they found anything new. So Vicente... Presumably because I... Hang on. Oh, I already actioned those guys, didn't I? So he's now found someone. Oh, that was the guy I showed you before. You found someone. Anyone else down here planning on doing anything? You planning on watching any games? What about you? Any ideas when you're going to do anything? You? Cool. You? Lovely. You? Nope. You? Nope. Any thoughts on watching a match sometime soon? No? Cool. Oh, dear. Hopefully they'll watch a match at some point soon. Just at any point. There you go. So Alaku's happy to stay again. Not that it matters this time, because we've already got him on a new contract, so that's fine. Deary me. I'm hoping they will actually watch some games at some point soon. That would be good. Sort of would defeat the point of having them there if they don't actually watch matches. Alright, they're getting a bit better. I just want to drum up enough interest so someone actually bids that amount. Treaty. Irish League was already the decision. So we decided on Ireland because it's the best league to do what we wanted to do with the Building a Nation idea, where we try to make the league the best league in Europe, because it has no squad reg rules at all. So you can sign from wherever you like with no restrictions, essentially. As for Treaty, the reason we picked them was because they were a brand new side at the time. So they literally just came into existence at the start of the save. And as a result, we decided they was the perfect one, because we could sort of build our own history on them then. Let me have a look at whether they're actually... Obviously, it's still very early days. I just want to see if any of these guys are gaining any knowledge of the nations they're in. So you can sort of see where they're in right now, because it actually says, doesn't it? So he's currently in Argentina. So I want to see what's his Argentinian knowledge coming out like. So he's actually already got up to 10% of Uruguay knowledge already. That's less than just over a month he's been out on scouting duty, and he's already got 10% knowledge of Uruguay. So he's now moved to Argentina, presumably. What about you? So you're currently in Ghana. How's that going for you? 7. It's getting there. It feels like this is actually... That definitely works. I just would like them to actually watch a few games. Because it feels like Vicente... Look at all the matches he's watched already. 6 times he's seen the Brazil under-20s. That's why he's got so many Brazilians. Man's pubes are non-existent. Right, we move. Welsh national team. Okay. So, 34th in the world. Chris Mepham is their best player. Interesting. I've got a lot of money, actually. Oh, no, wait, that's not him. Wait. That's Glyn Lowndes of Arsenal, is their highest valued player anyway. What have I actually paid for him? Like 40 mil? 23.5. That's not bad. He's a pretty solid central midfielder. 5'3", so not the tallest, but quality player. There's also Andrew Williams of Brighton. Wow. He's very good. Chris Google Maps. Rod Turner. Someone's going to turn the rods, and this is the man to do it. Was he on loan at Northland for a season? Yes, he was. He's only just breaking into the Man City team now. Joe Johnson. Evaristo Kasungu. What a brilliant name. Oh, he's Angolan too, but born in Llando. So there you go. Can speak fluent Welsh. What a god. and good Portuguese. You'll love to see it. Niall Lewis. Ethan Ampadu still in there too. Tomos Grant. Reece Norrington. He's a real player, isn't he? Yeah. A lot of these guys are down here, I expect. Niall Huggins. What a great name. YouTube Demir. Can I see players? No, you can't. I thought you might be able to see, like... I suppose you can see records, can't you? All-time top scorer, Harry Wilson. You love to see it. Oh, not too long until the game. They want Lynch. Yep, that's fine. I guess he was... Yep. Hey, Kev, how's it going? Tuesday's treating us not too bad. Sort of. Chat, it worked. I didn't even have to offer him out. Just because he was on the development list. I didn't even... Right, in that case, let's just have another little revisit to the development list then. See if anyone else has got wanted. Oh, Chenk, please. I beg for your safety. Please, get a loan move. I beg of you. Do the good. What about Rosha? Nope, nothing yet. But we'll try and offer him out anyway. Windows 98 hole. Loan targets. I wish you could default it so it just defaults to loan. Silvestri? Nothing yet, but sometimes you do get bids even when you don't actually have them being wanted. Very rarely, but it's always worth a go. I find that sometimes the sheer act of loaning them or offering them out seems to drum up interest occasionally. So loan for you. Ireland. Let's see. Manzook Twitch, that works. The Tuesday... Little jig. I don't know what you could possibly mean, Kev. You mean... That's the loan list is doing things jig from now on. Homegrown players. Oh, yeah, so this year we've got some good news on that one because obviously these guys aren't useful yet, but Carpenu will count as a homegrown trained at club, which is just lovely because it's just an extra homegrown player. But then some of the guys out on loan as well will get trained in Nation, which will be useful for other sides and potentially if they come back. So someone like Palanic. I say Palanic. His name's Mate, isn't it? Palanic Mate when he comes back one day. Maybe. For all I know, Palanic Mate, we might be able to keep him on loan at Scamrock for as long as possible, even though he's really good. Because I tend to just... Even if they're amazing for us, I'd probably still rather keep them out on loan. None of them. That's fine. There's... Yeah, that's nothing new for us, is it? He won't talk to us anyway. You're an agent offer. You're an agent offer. But you two aren't. So... Hey, I didn't know that showed up there. Still not doing that. That's useless for us right now. But Della Donna's found a guy. Hey! It's not great, is he, though? Guignard. Actually, he's definitely worth another look. I know he's 19, but he's surely worth another look. It's not a bad... Algerian guy still won't talk to us, no. And Diaz, we'll just keep scouting him like that, yeah. Yeah, the guy's name is Ali. Ali is great. Oh, BT... Oh, is it today? Sick. Em and I we've been watching 1995 last night, which is always nice. Slowly working our way through them. We'll have one more check on the Algerian dude, shall we? There he is. Ask agent about availability. Stage of his career. Yep, standard nonsense. And stage of his career. Standard nonsense. Just plays in Algeria and refuses to move clubs. Well, actually, it was 94 they had the estate. In 1995, they ran a saloon version with Harvey and Rydell. But the 1994 Volvo estates were amazing. Particularly as they weren't even that bad. First team window. Hansen. Hansen was definitely I say signed for the first team. Like, everyone is signed for the first team. Whether or not they'll play in the first team straight off the bat is irrelevant. Like I said, we spent £30 million last year signing players that were actually able to slot straight in, to the point where we have a player that would actually slot straight into our first team right now is probably going to cost in excess of 7, 8, 9, 10 million pounds, which we don't have. So we're not going to be able to sign anybody for our first team that could play straight away at this point. But that's why we're focusing on other areas at the moment, particularly as we've got this new scouting thing we're trying out, because I want to see how that goes. If not, and it's, say after like a year, it's just not returning the results we want, we could just switch back to our old style. Do we need to rotate? Yes, we do. This is a complete rotation with Leicester in mind. So Cenk, Millie... I might even start Alexis just in case. Falkenhorst. Oh yeah, because Moses is back from AFCON now. Allen can play, Howcroft, Osborne, that's fine. Stojanovic, surely Petroni can play. Yeah. Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, so we'll take Stoyevich out there. Bring in... Fiona! Honestly? Fucking hell, Matt. Jesus. MG6 FIFA, thank you so much for the follow. I'll get there in the end. Barry, yeah, that's what I was thinking. But then... So it's weird playing Barry there when he can play there, but then Chivera can't play. Well, he can. I'd argue that that's honestly better for us right now. RPN92, thank you for the follow. I'll still start Barting... yeah, I probably will still start Barting gold, just in case. It's Bart, after all. Oh, well, thank you, Kev. That's very kind of you. I appreciate you, too. You're one of my favourite people to raid, just because you're so nice and welcoming whenever we come into raid. You're doing very well streaming. Keep it up. Don't get disheartened. Not that I'm saying you would be disheartened, but, like, I like you a lot. I think you're really good. He's not actually, though, Anarith. Like, star rating, sure, but in terms of actuality, he just isn't. Who's getting the squad number? I don't even know who you are. Andy Fitzpatrick. Sure, why not? What a guy. What a guy, Andy. Big Andy. You know, Andy. Andy. It's fucking Andy, chat. Barry from EastEnders. Yeah, but we don't want to push our Barry down a mountain. Janine! We're the favourites. Yeah, we probably are. Just a little bit. Tiny favourite. Cheeky. And we move. Do more streaming rather than less. That's awesome. That's good news. Don't, like, overdo it, though, Kevin. It's like I was saying earlier. If you've got a little bit of extra time and you think you're already streaming enough, use that time on a different platform. Don't add in an additional stream if you feel like it's going to diminish the quality. If you've got a little bit of extra time, use it to build YouTube or something. In terms of growth, anyway. Is Andy on the bench? Hey, if we're leading and we're heavily in front, Andy's getting all sorts. Andy Brandy? Yeah. Pudding and pie, chat. To continue my say, I'm sorry, Joe. I'm a bad influence. Oh, that Andy. Yeah, now you get it. It's Andy. Is that fellow who did the thing who got us the beer that time? Yeah. Has one ball bigger than the other, smells like salt and vinegar Pringles. Fair one. Standard. Speaking of Pringles. I should not keep these here, because then I eat them, as Thomas Lavalexius comes through. However, what I will provide you is crunch. Ready for some crunch? That was Andy that got me those. What a lad. None of the other players bring me crisps. Only Andy. Oh, dear. Who did the same at Brands Hatch? I have forgotten what we were talking about. Yeah, absolutely, Kev. Please do. I'll happily help in any way I can. Fizzy to his mates. Yeah. No, nothing yet, Mr. Progger. Not even like a... It's not even showing up on the Club Vision screen yet. I guess it'll probably be at the end of this season that we'll even get the first notification of it. That's how long ago. Or they'll change their mind with any luck. Probably could just take it on, couldn't he? Oh. What are Cork City doing? Are they doing a bad? Been better than Midnight. Oh, yeah. That said, mid-90s, peak era BTCC. I say most of the 90s, honestly. Noughties, absolute trash. But since then, it's got a lot better again, I think. Particularly over the last few years, like the last sort of 7 or 8 years. I think it's still a lot better. Check, square it. Alexic, come on. Emmy ASM Martinez, it could work. Well, yeah, because obviously things have got so expensive during the 90s because of the huge manufacturer backing and the amount of money that was sloshing around in the sport, because it was literally race on Sunday, sell on Monday. But it needed to be reassessed, essentially, and I think that they did a good job. I remember going to BTCC races in the mid-noughties, like 2008, where there was like a 9-car grid. 9 cars. And now it's back up to nearly 30 again. It's great. Stinking up the bench, smelling of Pringles. I know. If we get 3-0 up, Andy's coming on. Yeah, exactly. I suppose the specs have changed a lot, haven't they? Walk down to the Crisp Isle and show... but they're just here. 2-0. All right, fine, 2-0. I'll make a deal at 2-0. You're right. Andy's done well for us this season. He deserves it. I might just change his name to Andy in capital letters. I love Cork City in this save. They are great. They finally got promoted last year, and then they came second. Just as we all predicted. Yep, no, I agree, Paul. Particularly as, if you've got IT4, you could just, there's a whole day of racing, because then you get the Ginetta Juniors, which are always fun. You get, well, it used to be the Clears, it's Minis now, isn't it? It's just a good, it's a fun day out. I don't know if you've actually been to a race, but going to the BTCC events is so much fun. They're always great. Plus racetrack donuts. Like, just can't go wrong with a racetrack donut. Could discipline Alex. Oh, now you're talking. If he keeps performing poorly, he's getting a smack bottom. Are we about to concede here? What a tackle. Holy shit, what a tackle. Second best team. It kind of varies every year. The last 3 years, we've had different teams finishing second. We've had Bowes, we've had Dundalk, and we've had Cork City. Or was it Sligo Rovers last year? No one can really get their shit going. You get free tickets. How did you do that? Oh, it's offside. Leather jacket away from being a 55-year-old man with a bootcut jeans who smokes roll-ups. Hey, I'll have you know, I gave up smoking roll-ups. Because I did used to smoke roll-ups. Right, Andy time. Oh, is this loud? Ha! Get wrecked, muffin man. Just ruined your day, didn't it? Also, don't know what's going on here at Cork, but it's not going well for him, is it? You're marshaled at Croft. Sick. I've never been to Croft. It's one of the few I've not been to. I got to go to the last race at Rockingham, though, which was fun. Very strange place, but really good view, because you can see the entire track. Yeah, Falconos is doing fine now, and now we'll score another one, and he's done so, and it's 2-0 to Treaty United. Espen Falconos, no smack body for you. To be fair, James, it was practically a car park when I last went there. Just a car park with a random stadium in the middle of it. It's so weird. It was cool though to be able to actually have a seat and see the entire track though. For John George, holy shit, that's awesome. Right, Andy. Yeah, Brands Hatch is cool. Obviously, the last couple of times I've been to the last meeting the last few years, so obviously that was Brands Hatch GP. Right, Andy, what position does Andy play? I see. Well, looks like Thomas Lav. Andy's in. How could you not remember? I know, sorry, he got me the Pringles. I remember. He plays there. Let's go do Sylvestrion. Might as well use him since he's not out on loan yet. Maybe Anders Hansen too, actually, while I'm thinking about it. Where's Buzz? Well. He's in your mum's drawer. I got Andy's crap. How dare you? How dare you? He's our greatest. He's the second best player to ever grace the turf at the club. If one team in the group stage, one team in the playoff, but no one in the... Yeah. It does get a bit strange. Andy, no. Nah, Andy lives there, mate. Oh, rent-free shit. Jeff Holmes. True, I suppose Dara. God rest his soul. The lesser spotted second Galvin. No, it doesn't come close to Roy. Let's not get silly. Drew 1-0, had 2 goals this last offside. One was clearly off. The other 2... Yeah, there's some really dodgy offsides I find in FM this year. The defense knows that Andy's here. Favorite BTCC car? Ooh. Oh, that's tough. All time. Sweet left foot with the 22 months. I'll get back to you on that question. How's it going, Michael?
22 months with my favorite card. Nearly our 2-year anniversary. We should really do something for it. Love ya XOXOX.
Like we actually should though, Mike. Like, for real. Like, we actually should do something. I need to see you. Okay, I've come to my conclusion, right? Okay. Takes you back, friends. So, don't know where this was. Probably early noughties kind of time. Black MG, green racing stripe down the middle, Hot Wheels sponsorship, Colin Turkington, and Warren Hughes, I think. Amazing looking car. Incredible. Yeah. What a car that was. Such a good car. The MG XS, yeah. It was the paint scheme. It was perfect. Canada, excellent. Yeah, I've got some business. I'm going to another board game weekend. Afternoon, night on Saturday, so that's going to be fun. I've got a Eurovision party next month, which would be nice as well. Wedding. And obviously, I'm still going to go to Ireland. Plus, TwitchCon is some point in the next few months as well, which would be interesting to maybe go to. Had nothing on the formal day. Which particular one, though? Like the Pro Drive one that cost them an insane amount of money. Yeah, imagine that. Yeah, just some guy from Asda getting absolutely pelted by Tyson Fury. Golfers just taking out a completely guy for a different sport just to embarrass him. My mum's one day. A fair one. I heard that was fast. Roomy, too. Oliver, thank you very much for the 3 months. I nearly went full Richard Hammond then. Oliver! But thank you so much for the 3 months. Hope you're well. Yeah, how are we not scoring more goals here? We've got Andy. Don't they realise? I've honestly not seen him touch the ball yet, chat. I'm going to be clear with you here. I've actually not seen Andy touch the ball. But it doesn't matter because it's his off-the-ball functionality. There's the one. Yes. I loved that car. Oh, it's Anthony Reid as well. Hey. He can't get a worse rating if he doesn't touch the ball. Andy knows how to play the game. It's the stuff he does. Can we look at Andy's heat map? I hope so. How do we look at Andy's heat map? Do we have to wait till the game finishes and then go beyond that? I think we might have to. Hang on. We'll come back in to the game. It's going all right, Brian. We've got Leicester in the Europa League knockouts in a second, which is very important for the overall goals of this save. We've had a bad record against Leicester lately. We've lost every game against them. And I would quite like to not have that happen again. Right, we need to progress to the next day, don't we? Otherwise, it will do that weird thing. Right, there we go. Exactly. Andy's sheer presence was enough to put them off. Right, let's see. Analytical data. Players. Yep. Look at that heat, chat. Oh. Careful, don't look too closely, chat. You're going to burn yourself on the heat map of Andy. Let's see. Passes. Oh, look at them. Passes completed. Passes intercepted. None. Passes out of play. 100% pass completion, chat. A key pass. Look at that. Ooh, sensational. What you're looking at here, chat, is peak performance. Oh, what else? Aerial challenges? Go on, Andy. What you got? No, nothing. Fair one. Tackles? No, nothing. Fouls? Somehow? How did he commit a foul without making a tackle? GG, Andy. Interceptions? Oh, no. Saves? Movement. Show me your moves. Look at him. Oh, look at all that water. He's dribbling everywhere, chat. He's what we should aspire to be as people. Yeah, think about it, right? Andy gets to play in the testimonial for Roy Galvin at the Dara Galvin Memorial Stadium, and it would have all come full circle. Fire back to the goalkeeper. Yeah, what a pass. I couldn't have done that. I'd have tried to score or something, or pass the ball to a player that's on my team. Andy has better ideas. Andy's got other things on his mind. He's not like us mere mortals, chatto. Hey, what's up? Good to... That's what you like to see. Man out on loan has... scored a goal already. I always knew we liked him. Perfect. Oh, if only a couple... if we get lucky, maybe we could get a couple more loans out. But Lynch is going... Oh, there we go. There's one. See a picture of Andy. Oh, I don't know if you can... All right, but only if you promise not to furiously masturbate. Look at the improvements to his free kick taking. The next Roy Calvin. He loves everybody. And he bloody loves everybody. A little bit behind. Oh no, with Tromsø we were well in front. Because remember with Tromsø, Norway started in like the 20s. We started in the 40s. So we've had to catch up to Norway to even begin that point. I didn't say it. I said don't. I was just erring on the side. I said don't. I'm letting you know. It's a bit Les Dennis, isn't he? Exactly. Even if you don't know Andy, he is your best friend. Enjoy. He's in your group chat now. Check. He's sending you memes, chat. Mentoring group, that's fine. Just Alan. Yep, sure. Why not? Tray alterations. Plays no through balls. That's fine, actually. Knocks ball past opponent. We swear we already did that, but sure. Tries killer balls often. You are a playmaker, so yes, that would be good. What's the deal with Andy? Oh, what isn't the deal with Andy? Basically, a random player from our youth team got put on the bench because I rotated the squad there, and the game asked me to give him a number, and I went, who is he? And then chat basically were like, you know, Andy. That guy, Andy. And so he's now just become a new cult hero, apparently. Right, let me just get rid of any agent offers first. Oh, that's old Filipovic, isn't it? I kind of like this guy still. Not for us, but for someone else. If we get him cheap enough, I feel like there's a player there. He's one of our many token Irish lads. Exactly. He's sending you Is his sending you memes chat the new? He's sending you memes chat. Maybe. I think that's probably the most quotable thing I've ever said was that he's broken his spine chat. I think it's just the glee with which I said it. I love it. It's the perfect moment. His heat map. Well, that's gone well, hasn't it? That's the first time anyone's actually done that. Alright, well, I guess that's been staying here then. We nearly got everybody out on loan. We've got everybody except him gone down in channel history. It has. One of my favourite moments. Andy t-shirts. I want to make a t-shirt now. Just our first ever piece of merch. It's just Andy's face with underneath it. He's sending you memes, chat. Other teams, that's a good question, actually. We never really pay much attention to their transfer business, but that might be a good time. So, Shelbourne brought in Jake Douglas from us on a free, and also Tommy O'Sullivan from Bray. Oh, okay. And a few players out. That's different years, Matt. What are you doing?
It's good you came in summer. In winter, it can get very depressing.
Oh, God. Move over, Mona Lisa. There's a new artist in town. Looks great. Picasso. Remove. Oh. That's expensive ass Pringles. These were way cheaper than that. Oh, God. It's still on my screen. It's haunting me. Just went to town. Just imagine imagine coming into stream and seeing that the first time and immediately being like, yeah, I'm going to go watch anybody else. I realise we probably do have that effect on some people. And you know what? I'm fine with that. If they're not down for the memes, then I don't want them. Anyway, I was looking through their transfer business, wasn't I? Not dicking about with whatever the fuck that was. Right, hang on. I have to let me just click on Sligo. £3 in Morrison's. Good lord. Stay like robbery, I say. Pulisic's been signed yet? I mean, who hasn't? But no. Why do we need Pulisic? Chat. We've got Andy. That pops up with you singing. What you want? You want an Andy chat trigger that triggers this with Careless Whisper over the top. I wouldn't be able to use Careless Whisper though. That's the problem. Mostly, they're not signing a huge amount of players, are they? Sligo have got a player on loan from us. They've got Harry Bacon though from Palace. That's not bad. Oh, he's gone back to Palace. Wrong ear, Matt. I keep pressing the wrong button. It will be the classic. If I keep flashing this up on the screen, then eventually this could become the thumbnail for this stream. What, you want me to do a cover of Careless Whisper? I'll get like a karaoke version of it, maybe. Nothing for... Oh, that's us. Noel Grace. Not a huge amount. There's another guy from us there, actually. Martin King. Okay, it's a signing. They don't have the hugest budgets yet. Like, most of their signings will be loans, and most of them will be from us. Although there's a guy from Leeds here. Dundalk have got Tim O'Rourke. O'Rourke for Dundalk. That's not a bad piece of business, guys. Honestly. Big up. They're singing just the sax part. I bet you would still get claimed. I'll figure something out, though. We'll find, like... I'll go onto Epidemic Sound and type in sex music. How about that? I'm sure they've got something. What have Loving Caliber got for us? Ross County, good question. Someone could send me the saxophone part. Yeah, I can just hum the bass line over the top. The cursed flute version of it, yep. Cursed Whispers. Ross County. 9th again. What are you doing? Well, there's your... oh, wait, hang on. There's your problem. They really are struggling a little bit, aren't they? For those of you who also missed it a couple of streams ago, Ross County signed a man called AJ Crumlish and within a month had released him. I sing the sax part. Oh, I don't know. I can only sing one song, chat, and we know that. That's Enrique Iglesias. Finances are only okay. Do you reckon they've lost their tycoon? It's weird that they... Imagine if they'd lost their tycoon already. That would be the most... No? New? Oliver Walter takes over tycoon. Not a very good tycoon. They spent all the money up front. Maybe they had to make a star player promise. Aha. That'll get you. Right. You're right there, Pogs. You still my Pringles? How dare you? Andy gave those to me. He'll be hearing about this. He will. Tell it to him. Disappoint this man, I dare you. We move. You're right. How you feeling? Bad now. Andy can get you more. I don't know, not a $3.99. See, I'm not made of money. Where's the first rule in it? I like to believe that they're all a bit of both. Really, noob? Thank you for the 8 months. I hope you're well.
Sick donc.
F1 Fantasy. I didn't even know it was a thing. I'm not paying 13 quid for Pringles. Michael, where are you shopping? Waitrose? Or like Waitrose in a motorway services. The ultimate experience for shopping. Oh, dear. Right. Is this what I want? That is. No, Emmett. But I want to have Millie available so that we could... He needs to work on that, doesn't he? Carpenter, Milosevic, Martin. So this is about the best lineup possible, I'd say. Really happy with that. Harv with the gifted sub to Andy. And you know what, Harv? I guarantee you Andy will come in and gift a sub on your behalf. He'll pay it forward because it's Andy. Waitress in an airport. Good point, actually, yeah. Russian prison tattoos. No, Andy's too pure for Russian prison tattoos. Flixcaster, thank you for the follow. I didn't know there was F1 Fantasy. I should have guessed it, given that there's NASCAR Fantasy, that there'd be F1 Fantasy too. 175 and ouchie, it's 162 down the road. Which is weird that I'm bragging about that being a good thing, but you get my point. Squeaky Chickens is magnificent. Maybe there's a thing we could use then, potentially. Aldi on a random industrial site. Now you're talking. That's the height of groceries. Ah, I forgot they had Katz and Daka from Red Bull Schultzberg. Things you love to see. Like, honestly, big love to Kev and all that, but if you're choosing between these two, come on. There's only one decision. It's Kev. It's only... Ah. Yes, please do. Let's move. The league rescheduled after beating the same team in the cup. They just we couldn't stand it anymore. Yeah, Andy has all sorts of function. I love it when these memes come out of nowhere. It's perfect. It just does my job for me. Now I have to find a way to make a chat trigger out of this that isn't going to get us... Really? Remember, this is the same team that told me I wasn't ambitious enough when I said that we could... Yeah. This is a crazy skater. And there he is. How's it going, Andy? How's life treating you? I always knew it was time. Bring out Katzen when he's playing for the other side. Oh, I can dig him out. Oh, dear. Shout out to all the Andys out there. My friend's brother's called Andy. Big up, Andy. Had a best friend in primary school called Andy. Big up, Andy. His name was Andrew, but Andy's close, right? This is actually quite an important game. Just let that slip under. Oh, they've got Ismail Assar. And Dallas. This is a really good team. I think we're going to struggle here. Late father was called Andy. The biggest ups to Andy. Andy King, indeed. I'm running out of that famous Andys now, chat. If I need another piss, you know what the pun game's going to be, right? Viking has another... No, Viking. It's not Viking. Viking's brother. Viking does have a brother, but he's not called Andy. Prince Andy? Oh, dear. Maybe not big ups him. He's the least big ups. Big downs to him. Please don't concede in the first second. I suppose we're at least away from home, so maybe... Actually, I'll say at least away from home. We're going to play both legs anyway. Handy Andy from Change. Yes! Hey, Henry. Chat, can we get a high Andy? Andy from Toys. Yep, true. Losing after 3 minutes. Always good. Oh. It's almost as much as we got for the High Helen the other day. It was a good run. Yeah, this is annoying because one of the toughest draws we could have got. This is the knockouts, Henry, of the Europa League. Ah, fucking Andy scored again. Exactly. Oh, hello. Maybe it's not over yet. I think we're good enough to give them a game at the very least. But it is going to be a real tough one. Provided we don't lose this first leg by like more than 2 goals. I think we've always got hope. Emmett? Emmett? Oh, dear. I like you thinking there, Big E, but, like, come on. We can do better than that. We've played well against Leicester before with a worse side. So that gives me hope that there's something to this. Okay. May I need to put this on Florida Man's head, perhaps? Oh, dear. Oh, come on. Nobody there at all. There's always there always feels like there's a player there for the AI teams when there's those headed away, but your players never come and collect it, and they never push out to collect it either. Oh well, we move. I've tried so many things to try and rectify that. Oh, careful, Orlando. This is not too bad though. We need a runner though. Stojanovic, he's got to look back inside. He's found Moyeni. Right, where's Shavrich? There's Shavrich. Shavrich, the whole goal to aim for, and it's Leicester 1, Treaty United 1. Zlatko Shavrich scores in the Europa League. Here we go, my friends. We're level at the King Power. Don't mess with the Zlatko. This is... What a pass this is from Moses Mayeni. Like, little disguised pass. He just takes the whole goal. Zlat doesn't miss. He doesn't. 6 goals this season. That's a great start. And we've deserved that. We've been the better side so far. Maybe there is hope for us yet in Europe. Great ball from Moses. This is more like it from us. Okay, don't overdo it though, lads, eh? This is good. Emmett pops it at Alaku. Where's Zlatko? Where's that run? Or maybe knock inside for Emmett? Okay. A strange choice. Oh, come on. Don't foul him. Please don't foul. For fuck's sake. Zlat. Europe this year has just been an absolute slog. A real fucking slog. We've only had one game in the Europe this year that's felt like it was a decent game, and that was the game against Anderlecht where we won 5-0 and finally played well. Is Willie Collum the ref? He is a bit of a Willie Collum. Admittedly, that was a blatant penalty, so can't really complain too much, but fucking hell. I mean, honestly, 2-1 isn't the end of the world. Coefficient's still better, but the problem is it was a big chance for us to get 15th spot this year and get that extra Champions League spot. And at the moment, it looks like we're going to be, yeah, not staying 16th, moving up to 16th, but not as high as we needed to. We needed to just get one more spot, and it seemed inevitable that we would do. But if we only lost 2-1 here, I might do the tempo switch now. It wouldn't be the end of the world, because I feel like we could outdo them at home, perhaps, but it's still a bit concerning. What do you reckon? They'll score an insanely long-range free kick in a minute. Not obviously this is us, but I reckon this is going to finish 3-1 to Leicester. They'll get like a late corner goal or something. It's how these often seem to go. But we've still got plenty of time. Not with passing like that, we don't have plenty of time. Come on, lads. Better than that. Bring back Booty. He's here. He's still knocking about. He's the... What is he now? The under-19 Yeah, Emmett's not had the day. Oh, the question is, Millie's anxious, so we're not going to bring him on for that, purely that reason alone. And I feel like Alan. And we'll leave the other sub just in case. 2-2's the dream. We love a good 2-2 around these. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, this has just not been a good year for us in Europe. At all. Oh. Stop talking. I can't. I've got to. It'll be weird if I don't talk. Snappy tortoise in it. Oh, dear. I suppose at least we didn't concede. Yet. Up on coefficient. Up on coefficient, yes. But it's not as much. It's going to be our worst year since the year that we're losing. As things stand. Oh, look at the speed from Moses. Brilliant work from him there. He's got it back again. That's why I moved him deeper. Those late runs when you're down to 10 men. Oh, Leicester 2, Treaty 2, Zlatko Savric does it again. Whenever I go down to 10 men and I've got a situation like that, always move my striker back to being a shadow striker. They can't track them properly. Oh, Savric with a brilliant finish there. Very importantly needed that. Okay. We don't want to go very defensive. We just want to kind of stick with what we're doing. I might slow down the tempo, though, to low... Oh, God. Let that time... Bring the defense line down. I'm okay for now. To normal... Actually, yeah, I suppose if we're going to... Actually, yeah, good point. Mop that down one notch, too. Just so sensible here. But here will become the... Oh, no. I was thinking that might have been the late corner goal that I was expecting. I won't switch on to time wasting here just in case they score. Okay. Moses is such a good player. Last year, I'd argue he was our player of the season. He got, I think, more goal contributions than anyone else on the entire team, including both Emmett and Zlatko. Stojanovic now with the ball in behind. Why is the wrist on the pitch? Huh? What? Did it not? Did I just misclick or something? Or did it just randomly not make a substitution? Yeah, I never go defensive. That just doesn't work. That was weird. I swear I must have misclicked it or something. Very strange. Oh, good block. But the other sub happened. Because I brought on... But it made the other sub. I made two subs at the same time. And it only made one of them. He refused to be sub. Well, you know you can. That was really strange. Emmett Doran, who hilariously is still on the pitch. Oh, big save from the goalkeeper there. Imagine if Emmett had scored there. Oh, no. Come on, Emmett, please. Oh, now he's gone. Oh, here we go. Oh. One I subbed's got a red. No. I didn't bring Tortusa on. Tortusa was already on the pitch. Oh. He should have scored there. At the very least, it's coefficient points for a draw. Zlatko Savric gives us a 2-2 draw away from home. That gives us a big chance back in Ireland. Back post header since the update. Yes. I've been trying to defend against it. The problem is you can't. It's not so much that you can't. That seems to be where I can see corner goals from. No matter how many players I put there, even if I station my best headers there, I find that they'll just miss it. If the AO wants to score a goal from there, they just will, it feels like. Maybe you could sort of limit it a bit by doing that, which is what I kind of do, but... Gonna yell at them. Try criticising, Doran. Where do I... What, in here? Or outside of this? I'm curious as to what you mean by that, because this is what we talked about earlier. Also, Rangers lost 3-2 to Istanbul Başakşehir. No other Irish sides in Europe anymore. Right-click his name. What, like now? Or while we were in that screen of the match? Oh. Yeah, back post is kind of like the opposite. Okay, so let's try it then. So, Emmett Doran. So, hang on. Interaction. Poor performance. Last game. Is that... what I meant to do? Like that. I mean, obviously, I don't know if that's related, but it is interesting. So you can do that on players who've got a 6.3 or below. Wow. Interesting. Oh, God. What's this? Jesus Christ. Oh. Bay Hudson's in absolute shambles right now. Oh, I did not know about that. That's a new one even for me. Interesting. We'll have to look at that after certain games then. If that actually does help. Plus, Emmett does need to pick his shit up, in fairness. But that didn't... Okay. So, I think I'll use it for, like... I'll base it around 6.3s, maybe, just to be safe. Because I don't want kicking anyone kicking off. Oh, there's all our signings, apart from the one that left. So, there has been business. So, Scamrock has spent 50 grand. Interestingly. They're making business. They got Bill Hatch was such a good signing. Dean, I don't know if you're still here, but you'll enjoy this. I presume that they signed this guy because he's going to steal a statue or something, potentially. He's been all over the shop, actually. But there we go. We move. And obviously Glenn Fagan as well from Aston Villa. They're making some good signings. Why are they all goalkeepers? Our last match reach. Yeah, well, this... Maybe put it on this screen. Oh, on like the... Problem with this is there isn't a lot of space. And I find if I start dicking about with this screen, it gets all muddy and it won't let me align the columns properly.
So I tell the swamp donkey.
Bronze World, thank you so much for the follow. Slower than Steamrock. Yeah, a little bit. So it's Waterford in the way, then Leicester City again. Okay. Match on the schedule screen, true. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, because you'll see it, like, there. Oh, wrong button. There, yeah. Good point. And arguably, I could do it to Tortosa too, actually, couldn't I? So I could warm player, criticize last game, like that. So like that. Interesting that I actually got a conversation dialogue that time. Actually, it was just because it was a slightly different thing I clicked. Yeah, he got sent off, so I think he's probably not got a leg to stand on as far as as far as that stuff goes. Hang on, I want to see if it worked though. Didn't change the work rate. Hang on. Maybe it only works differently if I have to like click them. See if it is a different option if I can like right click here. Speak about. Yeah, so I don't have the option. Is it? Just because of the red. Ah, yeah, good point. Oh, well. We still criticised him anyway, so he can take it. Be a man. Right, so Taste Rue again. So Cenk comes back. I'll put Alexic in. Oh, wait, no, what we're doing.
Oh,
Silliness.
This isn't where I park my car.
Big Watson! Thank you very much for the follow. RNG, right, okay. It's in Misk. Oh, okay. Oh, of course, because yeah, you get the email afterwards, don't you? Yeah, I've not seen that one. That's a new one for me. I'm probably going to put the Fernie Lozano in. Rest of the team is fine. No, Petroni. I hate the fact that they do that. Because I can just bring Barry in. That's fine. Right, cool. So Andy gets his first league start for the club. That's a wide target, man. Andy on the pitch is a cheat code, really. Wonder how much it works to the point where like the whole team's got like 20 work rate by the end. Let's see. Oh, I've got the Unis Tafiki. And actually got quite a lot of people that I pretty much gave them. Which is fine. Right. Andy hat-trick incoming, chatto. Now we just sit back and wait. Who's Andy? Can you see it? I mean, he's just... It's Roy Galvin-esque, really, is Big Andy. What a guy. Woo. Hey, who knows? Maybe he'll touch the ball in this game. Yeah, that's the thing. It's almost too much... It's unfair on other teams if we had both Andy and Roy Galvin on the team at the same time now, isn't it? In fact, hang on. He could make a back post run here. Oh, Cenk, nearly. Hang on. Wait a minute. If we get a penalty, though, Andy's on it, right? Oh, good effort. Any tips? I don't know. I'm only playing one striker in this tactic. So, depends on what roles you're using. I tend to find that most of the time, if you're playing two strikers, one of them will often peel out wide for balls into the channel, and there's really, I say not a way to prevent that. There's obviously ways, but it's more about... No! The game didn't give us the option to change the penalty taker. I hate it when it does that. It will just sometimes randomly be like, no penalty taker. Hey, Cactus. How's it going? Is that the update? So you now can't change penalty takers? Well, we're just going to have to do it manually then, aren't we? I mean, what are the odds of us actually winning a second penalty in this game? I imagine they're pretty slim. See you later, Otto. I'm good, Leo. How's it going? We've just got ourselves a bit of a lucky draw away at Leicester in the Europa League, which is very, very fortunate. Because now, I think... Oh, Anton! I know you want to move to Locomotive, but careful, buddy. Dynamic penalty changing in it. Yeah, sounds about right, doesn't it, Watson, really? So many things we found out today. We had an agent literally outright lie to us. We asked the guy's agent if the player would be wanting to come, and we got the whole this stage in his career crap. We then put a bid in on the guy, and we were able to offer him a contract. Not that we went any further than that, but yeah, very strange. Ten Hag to United. If it's a thing that happens, then Manchester United will have a manager. His name will be Eric Ten Hag, and that is my thought. I don't know. I'm not a Man United fan. I'm not an Ajax fan. I'm not a Dutch fan. So yeah, I don't know. United fans, what do you think about it? I don't know. Like, yeah, Half's about to say something pithy now. Oh, it's a Clates video, fair one. It'll be back next year, maybe. Yeah. Star Striker want to start my saver. Just start a different save. Then you'll have no problems. Hello, Pogs. You okay? Oh, you smell nice. Andy. Andy with the assist. Andy's done a thing, chat. His name's Andy Fitzgerald. Thoughts on Pulisic? Oh. Oh. Who? What a ball in from Andy. What a finish from Falkenhorse, honestly. That is some finish. Well, to device, I'm a Fulham fan. So you can understand why my opinions on Manchester United are sort of non-existent. Particularly as over the last few years, they seem to have managed to turn themselves into more of an asset management fund than a football club, which is horrible. And I can't imagine it's fun to be a fan of them, honestly. They're sort of like the Enron of football clubs, but without the accounting. Although sometimes with the accounting. In the sense that it's less about what's going on the pitch. It's just got to keep an eye on that share price, boys. Oh, see you later, Leo. Well done, Chivera. Genius. Great work. There's a reason he's the one with the poster. Exactly. Roy Galvin doesn't have any posters. And if he did, there'd be posters of himself and maybe Andy if he was feeling extra fancy. I think the last time I watched an Ajax game would have been the one where they played against Tottenham in the Champions League semi-final. That was probably the last time I watched an Ajax game. Although, now that I think back, that could well have been the highlights. Better at Enron's work. Tell you what, here's my prediction. Here's who should be the manager of Manchester United. How about, oh God. I just realised that one of the head guys at Enron was called Andy. Bring on the Flugelkampfheimler! It'll be him. Leo, thank you so much for the follow. Because Ken Lay died, and Cliff Baxter shot himself. So it has to be Andy, whose name I've forgotten. The Enron guy called Andy. I've literally forgotten his name. I think it began with a B? Mike Bassett, yeah, crack him on there. You can sign up Benson and Hedges. Andy Fastow, that's the one. Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm now reading a book about a different particularly weird company. It's this book called The Cult of WeWork. US ringer Christian Pulisic. Still, I'm sorry, Rob, you're going to have to be more specific. I've never heard of him. Cork looking at a great start again. Particularly as we've actually rested our squad for both our opening 2 games. To get those 2 wins would be quite useful. Can you pronounce Slanko Griffin get off Flank to Decido go go go? No, because that was not even close to how it's pronounced. I just remember Carol Vorderman saying it once on How. And, yeah. Can he do Scotland? No. No. The one they made a film of. Which one? WeWork. Oh, I don't know. The book. All I know is I'm reading a book about them at the moment. That guy's a madman. I like that kind of stuff. That's why I was reading that Enron book before. We've underperformed a little bit there. Yeah, they did score, and I don't remember it either. Even God couldn't save United at this point. Hey! That actually wasn't offside. An Andy poster. No, he would never do that. He's probably just got them by themselves. By them. Why am I talking like that? By. Does anyone else smell toast? Next to each other. Got there in the end, chat. Yeah. My left arm's hurting quite a lot. Wasn't a bad effort. Yeah, I'll give it a crack, you know. Matt, oh yeah, sorry. Enron's broken him. Damn it. I tried to understand mark-to-market accounting and now this. Control-Alt-Mat. Bring up my task manager, which turns out is just POG. Clips anyway. I want to know who you're sending that to now. I need to make a clip command, I think. That would be quite useful, rather than people having to do it manually. Good game from Falkenhorse. Crasher is not working. Hey, you got to slip the memes in. 3 days till Leicester. Oh, hang on. We didn't check the coefficient, did we? I mean, we wouldn't have gained much, but it was something. Wow, it was only 0.75, but yeah, it's such a... If we could get on a decent run... If we get past Leicester, I think there's a chance we can overtake Ukraine, and that's all we need to do right now. That would get us 15th. Giano FIFA, thank you very much for the follow. Press F5 to continue. Well, aren't they special? I don't know. I have been to Wales a few times, but never to there. I went to Llangollen and a place called Blessy Coed. Palamec doing well. Great fish and chip shop in Blessy Coed. Really good. Sat by a river eating it. Good stuff. Yeah, you do... What's that? Alt F... Started a cat jam in Tom's stream and tried to put Z off and span it with Matt Jam, so it was just Z song with my emo in top speed. I don't know what it's called. Blessy Coed? I don't know. I don't speak Welsh. Showdown was good. I managed to see bits of it, and goddamn, it was good. Oh, hang on. Recruitment team. Intriguing. That's an agent offer, and so's that. It's got a card. Wellish. Best we co. Alright, I don't know. Like I said, fish and chips had. Tick. What was that? New recommendation from Bruno Gentile. Go on, Bruno. Did you go on the... No, we went... I went on a canal boating holiday with my family when I was about 13 years old, and we went to... It was a place called Chirk, firstly. And we picked up a canal boat there, and we went to Llangollen, across the Pontysilty Aqueduct. And, yeah, my dad got like a dirt bike tyre stuck around the propeller. I don't know what it was called. I do know that there was a pub in Llangollen called the Sarah Ponsonby, and they did a fucking great dinner. Remember that, though, didn't I? So yeah, that's Thomas Vingord. Past Churchlet, there you go. He is very good, isn't he? But he's also 22 and way too expensive. 22. So I respect what you're doing there, Bruno. Thank you for bringing us a scout report. Just make sure that this is one of those. So, yeah, there it is. Bruno, watching games. How many games did he watch? Hey, what about you? Hey, chat, it's working. They're watching matches. Did you say he'd watched Hibs? Must have been a European game. It's finally happening. Even he has watched a match. What about you? Yes, I want to make sure that every single one of you has watched a damn game. Thank you. Good. You? Yes. You must have done. Okay, strange choice, but sure. Even you've watched matches. Hibs versus... Yeah. Okay, good. Now we should start getting a bit more stuff coming through. You... I mean, great choice. Well done. Probably not quite what we need right now. Fabrizio Barbano. Again, interesting choice. Jesus. Glad you've done that. But also... Probably wouldn't be expensive. He's just too expensive. And he's just too old as well. What about you? Harry Croft. Oh, that's a Finnish scout. That's a... Yeah, these are not those types of players. I don't know. Bear in mind, we have max out scouting anyway. So we've got the world package, which is the most we can have. So hopefully that's something. That's... Well, to be fair, I found it was a Moroccan guy, Anderlecht, who my scout who was watching other African sides found because... I guess one of them must have played against Morocco or something. Weird. But it's going to take a little while to settle in, which is why we haven't done as much like scouting and transfer stuff today as I would have normally liked. But I wanted to give this a crack and see how it works over a full season. And if it's not looking like it's going to be that functionary for us, then we can move back to our old scouting method. But I thought it was at least worth a go, you know? Because if it does offer a new level of control that we didn't previously have, then I'm all on board for it. Right, so Shavrich, Millie. I might try Millie to start with today, honestly. Tortosa suspended, so this... What's the donuts tackling like? 7. What about the throws and thighs? 7. Whoa! Emu with the 500 bits. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Staines Town. Wait, what? Is this long? Oh, okay. What is the reasoning? Like, can anyone give me like a TLDR? Because I imagine this is going to be quite a lengthy boy. Okay. Is it because they couldn't pay the bill for the web developer? Or is there more to it than that? Yeah, okay, we'll read that later when that loads. When that loads, all we'll hear is, dance like a pink flamingo. Oh, really? Fucking hell. Okay. That sounds really bad. Have we just accidentally, like, overloaded their server? Literally on my doorstep. Mike, what did you do? Want to win every match. I can't say that, because last time they got pissed at me when I expected them to win a game. Every reason under the sun. Oh, really? A wild ride. Okay, cool. Cool. Image gallery. Okay, cool. I'll have a read later, because obviously it's... Let's go. This is huge. I reckon this game is make or break for whether we get that 15th spot this season. Because I think should we progress, there's a good chance of us getting a tie that we're capable of winning. Particularly with a lot of new teams that would enter it from the next round anyway. But it's going to depend heavily on how we get on here. We looked okay in the away game. Nothing special, and we did all right, but this has been a poor start. I'll give it to half an hour, and if we're still looking a bit gash, I'll probably switch it up. Millie's not had a good start. It's just about getting Shavrich on the ball, really, isn't it? Okay, here we go. An opportunity for us, perhaps. It's... Yeah, I'm going to say bottle it. It's been a tough season for us in general because we were never really in a good position because of so many bad draws. But I feel like there's room for us to go a lot further should we progress. And we got to the final last year, after all. And we should be good enough to go that far again, probably. Semi-coherent gibberish. I'll take that. Most of the things I say are semi-coherent gibberish, to be honest with you, Blobsnail. So, at best, that's par for the course. Oh my god, how's he missed it? Laundering FIFA bribes. Really? Okay, now I definitely need to read this after stream. Most of us are here, yeah. What, because you can all speak fluently semi-coherent gibberish. I think it's probably... Is it loading in the background yet? Literally, it's broken through lack of... through overuse. Also, they're using WordPress as a back... Okay, I'll keep that up in the meantime so I can look at that after. Lingua franca with the internet. Indeed it is. Yeah, Millie... Oh my god, 6.2. You know what? It might even be first half... It might honestly be halftime sub. Millie for Emmett. Because he's not done any better than... Yeah. We've been very average here. But hopefully we can pull it out in the second half like we did last time. Because 0-0 at the moment would still see us go to extra time. Oh dear. I have a horrible feeling it's going to be like 1-0 with a Patson Daka goal or something. Intercepted. Nice. This is better. More composed. She needs to stay on our feet and keep the ball moving a little bit more instead of just lumping it all the time. Right, there we go. That's more like it. Just got to slowly move this up the pitch. Oh. This is dangerous, but we're doing all right at keeping hold of the ball. It's a bit more like it now. Problem is progressing the ball beyond that. They're not using the wide players at all, even though that's literally how we're set to distribute. Look at this passage of possession, though. If we score off of this, Emmett. Oh, come on. After all that and having about 1,000 opportunities to put the ball in the right spot. Oh, well done, Bart. Right, now we've got the ball on the right. Like, we could have passed it to Mayani about 7 times during that progression of play. But here we move. Fuse the try. Oh! Slatko Shavric! Treaty 1, Leicester City 0. Now we're talking. What a pick out from Big Emmett there. What a lovely piece of play. Horrendously long passage of possession. Give the ball away. Emmett just with a gorgeous little ball round and the dink from Zlatko. Oh, galaxy brain. After all of that, great work from Emmett. 1-0 Treaty. Come on. Rangers falling up against Başakşehir here, by the way. Oh, they've got Shola Shortire as well. And yes, it does appear that Soyuncu is playing in the centre midfield. Surprisingly. That might help us, honestly. Milosevic bringing it out of defence. Careful. Emmett again. Oh, what a pass. This is great stuff. Alaku. Oh, such a bad pass. Best pass for the ball on the team there. With that absolute trash. Uh-oh. Oh, what a tackle from Alaku. Maybe he's not a passer of the ball after all. He's just a defender. Who knew? This is another very long passage of play that concerns me. But Martin's now. Florida man bringing it out. ED7 again. Alaku. Shavric is in again. And he scored again. Treaty 2. Leicester 0. Zlatko Savric. 4 goals against Leicester over the tie. Oh. Really nice stuff. Emmett's made a huge difference. The composure to just constantly pick the right ball. It's a great first-time pass. Coming up for the Zlatrick. That's what we need. He is very good, isn't he? How many goals he scored in Europe this year, but particularly is, I mean, he's doing very well. Okay. 4-2. Come on, lads. This is beautiful. Thighs Freeze is having a poor day, so he might get substituted soon. Yeah, is that a pen? Oh, I thought that was going to be a penalty. Shavric! Oh, he scored another one! It's 3-0, and it's the Zlatrick. Shavric makes it Treaty 5, Leicester City 2. The Zlatrick. What a header. Great ball in from Stojanovic. Was it Stojanovic? This is just perfect. Look at Zlatko. Outjumps 2 of the centre-backs. Bam. A perfect Zlatrick. You're right, it was, wasn't it? Right foot, left foot, head. Oh, Patson Daka's gone off for Leicester City. Is this the redemption of us from this season? Still got time to go. Leicester could easily pull... Say easily. They could pull this back. That's... How many goals has the Zlat got so far this season? It must be close to double figures already, right? I've got a link to it now, JT. It's in my other window, but I can't read the whole thing on stream, but I will look at it afterwards for sure. Oh, he's in again. Look at the speed. He's just everywhere. He's all things to all men. You're right there, keeper. Almost looked like he dropped the ball there. 10 goals already this season. He's only played 3 games. 4 games. Nope, 3 games. He's played 3 games. Leicester 6-0 up in there. Then. Right, substitution's probably now needed because I think the Frozen Thighs is not having the best day. I'll go for Alan on him. One more subby. Looking at fitness levels, but we don't really have... I don't really want to do it with the back line right now. I might just get Cenk on for Moses. For the Zlatric scenes, indeed. We've not even been that good, but Zlat has scored 5 goals against Leicester over the 2. It's basically like Emmett against Bayer Leverkusen all over again, except obviously Emmett got 7 against Leverkusen over that tie. But, hey, there's still time. Give Zlat the chances and he will score. Emmett's got it again. He's popped it through. Oh, no! Zlatty! You had to go across the keeper there. That was such a good shot. Emmett's been brilliant off the bench here, by the way. Absolutely flawless. What have we... The only change I made at halftime was bringing Emmett on. We haven't changed the tactics at all. And yet, we just look so much more controlled. My he's going to pull this back. Oh, Thighs freeze makes it 4-0 before the substitution happens. Just as I was about... Well, he is still getting substituted. In fact, hang on. He's not even on the pitch, according to the game. I guess it's because it's pre-sub. But still. Oh, lovely. 4-0 over Leicester City. Brilliant effort. Oh, now we'll make the tactical changes. There we go. The warning certainly did the trick, didn't it? Yeah, go home, Leicester. Finally, we get what we deserve in a game against Leicester City. 4-0. Oh, look, Savage is just like, you know what? You have this. I'm going to just chill here for a bit and then dispossess you momentarily. 4-0 against Leicester City. This is the kind of team that can get to the new... We can get to a final with this kind of performances. Watch us get Inter in the next round and get absolutely binned out as Tomlin skews it wide. The new TCS foreskin. I have TCS foreskin. Zlatko's getting tons of call-ups, to be fair. We've been a bit fortunate over both games, honestly. Where's Andy? Oh, Andy couldn't get registered in time. Andy's doing the tactics for today, and he's done a bloody good job. Zlatko... Like, what did Emmett get in the end? Only a 7-9 as it goes. Big Pog with the gifted sub to Marius. You'll love to see it. Oh. And Leicester, we follow through over exactly. Right. That's huge. That's given us a chance. Oh. Millie's getting a warning after this game for sure. How's the league took? Bose doing all right. Shelbourne less so. Right. So now I can go bollock Millie, can't I? So I do that, then Misk. No, interaction, discipline player for poor performance. So it's issue a warning, yeah? We'll do issue a warning anyway. If there's a different one I can take, then let me know next time. We'll try the fine for this one. Into 9-1 on Ag. Ouchie. Load of shit just fell out the window, I think. Savage to the right. I'll probably praise him there. Hat-trick. Little Zlatric. Fine 1 day. Okay. I didn't think I could find 1 day. I think I could only find a week, wasn't it? 10 goals already this season. He's got 10 goals. Oh, dear. Accepts his warning. Trying to motivate himself more in future matches. Determination. Work rate. Interesting. Very interesting. This is interesting. I'm glad we know that. Patrick Hat-trick. Oh. What if there's a player called Hat-trick? Or something like that. So close. 1 day was an option. Okay, I'll try 1 day next time. We'll see. See you later, face kicker. It's heart trick. If he could just get rid of the R, it's close enough. So I can get pissy. To be fair, if it's working with warnings, really no need for doing fines. It's not like we need the cash. Right. Okay, coefficient. That should have knocked us above 5, right? 5.3. So, unfortunately, Greason... We're only 7 hundredths... We're 0.7 away from them now. Which is like, if we could win a tie home and away, we could make this work. Ukraine clearly still have someone in here, don't they? I was kind of hoping they'd have everybody out, but do they have anyone in this? I think it's probably Europa Conference League, right? Yeah. Wait, that is the Europa Conference League. Ah! Do you know... Ah, they're out, though. They're out. Okay, they're out. So that's it. Dinamo Kiev are done, which means Czech Republic. So that's good. Yeah, I think if it was another final, we'd go further. But I obviously would be settling for 15th this season. So this is fine. So Dinamo Kiev can no longer gain any more points. Any more Greek sides left in? Olympiakos dead as well. Palka annoyingly through. So we've still got to worry about them. But second knockout round, I think it's unlikely. But we'll see. I imagine that Dynamo Kiev are probably their best side other than Shakhtar. And I suspect that... I think we're probably safe, provided we do our part now. Where's the draw? Ah, there it is. Czech are too far clear, I think. Well, actually, no, Czech are behind us, aren't they? Czech, they're far enough behind us that they would need to have a stonking season to catch us. Because they're nearly 2 full points behind us. So they'd have to get like a 7.5 point season without us gaining any more points, which they could still do. But at least it's a team that's behind us rather than a team that's in front of us that's gaining points right now. Okay. 16 teams. What have we got? So we can be any of these, can't we? Like, obviously I'd want to avoid Inter and Arsenal. And probably, well, Roma. But there's winnable ties in here. Like Besiktas. Galatasaray, Villarreal, probably winnable. By Leverkusen, we've already... Let's just do it. God knows. We'll just get Inter. Inter or Arsenal is who we're going to get, by the way. You're right. It's probably going to be Arsenal, isn't it? Celtic would be okay. No. Please not Inter. Okay, that's at least got Gladbach out the way as well. Rangers, I'd take a crack at Rangers. Oh, it's getting worrying now. Slavia. Oh, go on. Oh. That's annoying. Lyon, maybe? Okay, has Arsenal gone? Oh, this is still not tough. Go on, give us Galatasaray. Shit. Let's see. Roma have not been top. They're not even been, like... We don't even know where they would have been finishing. But it ain't top 3. So it's not... I feel like it's a winnable tie. It's not completely beyond us, I'd say. When is it? Isn't it ages away? Where did you get injuries? When is the game? So that must be quite close. Oh, it's not too far. We might even get the first leg done today. Oh, we can't see the chart because we haven't got the league switched on, so there'd be nothing to show. That's okay. That's okay. That's tough. Yeah, and I think... I would argue that they might even be not as tough as Leicester, honestly, just because Premier League team OP, as it always seems to be. It's not too bad. Okay. There were better draws we could have got, but it gives us a... Imagine if we'd got Slavia Prague. That would have been... they probably do still have him as the manager, yeah. Let me have a look in a minute. What's the next game? Oh, it's fucking 4 days. Okay, so it's just rotate again, isn't it? Interesting. Very strange rotation options. Don't know how much I like that. What options have we got? Oh, it's because Espen's injured. Right, well then that means presumably I will start Andy on the left. European Cup fixtures this year. Oh, true, yeah. Check up top. The problem is we wouldn't have anyone to play on the right, though. Without... I'd rather start check on the right and then put like Alexis through the middle just so that there's somebody there. Anyone else I can put through the middle? Not really, no. That'll have to do. It is what it is. And he can do both. So that's exactly it, yeah. Right, I need a pee. So back in a second, friendos. Andy-based puns. Go on, see what you can come up with. And not with just people called Andy. Yeah, tough one. big fan of Ist Andy Bull back Sasha here. Oh, dear. Andy's nuts. Andy hits the bar. Andy doesn't hit the bar. He hits everything. Nobby Solandy. Oh, that was a tough one. I hadn't anticipated a... Hang on, I'm probably going to put Bart in goal here, actually, because it's only this. I had... Oh, wait. Whoa. I just realised I'd put Stojanovic there. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, yeah, Anders Hansen. There we go, finally. God, I looked at that. Christ Andy Bull. It works. Hang on, who's getting one? Oh, Craig Coffey. Don't say those words. Edward Andy. They think it's all Andy, and it is now. Well, to be fair, it was always all Andy. He's been carrying us. Man's already got an assist in the league. I don't know what more we need. Do you reckon him playing a lot of first team football, like bump his rep up, and we'll maybe get him out on loan to another team? Got Arrowsmith, Risteski. There's a lot of former names in here. Not that we ever had Risteski. We just tried him, so they picked him up. We need 2 assists. I think he could get more. I think a goal for Andy, right? Alan and Andy. Why not? I think you're missing out if you don't have an Alan and an Andy. Oh, we're nearly losing. It's weird that he doesn't have a face. Oh, that's because we had a youth intake last stream, didn't we? Need to run the Z-Gens again. Alan and Andy sounds like he does a bit, doesn't it? You just see him painting with his little wand. The mouse logo. Oh, good block. Oh. Andy just needs to be the best he can be. And I'll be happy with that. Because we know that the best he can be is the best footballer that ever did live. Sparrows. Oh. Is your dad Andy? Because that seems like something Andy would do. There he is. Oh. So ignore that. Andy, he knows that Dundalk are going to screw up this opportunity. So it's fine for us to... Never mind. Never mind. Andy, come on. You can bring me all the salt and vinegar Pringles you want, but you got to start not doing that. Okay, not ideal. Well, watch this be the one game that we lose this season. We only had 1 defeat in the whole of last year, and I think we're about to do... This might be that same game. Terrible judge of character. Oh! Check! Oh, come on. That's right, he'll put this on Andy's head any minute now. Oh my god, he nearly did. Giga Dad. Oh dear. It's 2-0 to Dundalk. Like, we'll still win the league by about 40 points, but it's kind of hoping the problem is we're never going to be able to do a lot of that stuff because we're going to have to rest our squads so often for these matches. Because the moment we get back into Europe... True, Andy is playing, so we should still be able to get this. Alan. Okay, there's one back. Oh, oh, Andy. Oh, dearie me. I can't believe that didn't go in. The net moved. Damn it. Andy Dandy. Well, we're going to find out. That's my plan anyway. My plan D for Andy. Go on, Andy. Go on, Andy. Go on. Oh, my God. He actually nearly scored. But he didn't. And that's the problem there. He was close to scoring, though. And that's worth at least half a goal, right? Being near scoring. It wasn't the most powerful effort on goal now, was it? This will probably be in now. Look at the amount of space that Bart's got. But look, Andy's in the wall. So... 3-0 to Dundalk. Oh, dear. It's not gone well. It's not gone well at all. We're 3 goals down to Dundalk. Andy Bishop Ultras. I think we're a bit harshly done by to be 3-0 down here, but nevertheless, that's where we find ourselves. Did I up the tempo yet? Yep. All right. Harrow Bishop. Right, I can't do it during the match because otherwise my graphics card will yell at me, but we will do it straight after. Oh. I think that's part of the reason why we've not had any glitchy PowerPoint presentation matches today. I'm trying to get better at when I run those things. Halftime pep talk. Yeah, it's sadly not going to work like that because it still counts. Alexa, shh. We're back. My GPU is sentient. I wish it was. If it was sentient, I could tell it to get its shit together. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of extra work rate boosts here. Oh. We're coming back. We're coming back. It's fine. Andy's got a chance. He can do this. We could use the Harold Bishop to celebrate. Andy's struggling. No, he's not. He's into all sorts of stuff. Yeah, we can do it before the Roma first leg. It's just that I can't do it during games because it causes my graphics card to go fucky, and then the game goes. We get the stutter fest that we've been receiving from time to time. Bring Roos on at left back. Got to tell the players not to come top, otherwise they'll be dead. Yeah, this is quite a poor. We won 4-0. Podge Zlatko scored. Was it 4? Yeah, Zlatko scored a hat trick, a Zlat trick, as it were, and then Thies Freeze managed to grab one late on, so we won 6-2 on Ag. I know, Dean. You bastard, selling it to me incredibly cheap. Nice man. Well, that's unfortunate. Oopsie. We'll do it before the Roma game. That's our big up before the Roma match. We need it. That's a bit of an oof. They were a bit uptight. Yeah, to be fair, I'd be worried about playing with Andy just because it's like you're in the presence of genius at that point, and that could be off-putting. I still don't think there's a league game that Shavric hasn't scored in when he's played in it. Bart's overtaken Regan Booty for league appearances, which means he must have way more on the best 11 now. 370 games Bart has for us. Heck, Tom Howcroft's only one game away from surpassing the Booty man. Emmett Doran with his 238 games and 267 goals. It's going to be a while before anybody overtakes Emmett Doran. Like, that's going to take Zlatko at least a year to catch up with. Sharif was 1 goal away from 100. That's sad. Jack Obacano also 40 goals. Not bad. And, of course, Carl Omura is gone now to Parma for $500,000. Okay. Didn't receive an offer. That's fine. You know that. Yeah, let's see who's managing Roma now. No one. They sacked the Mourinho. What's their squad like, though? Rodrigo, Zaniolo, Norheim, Villar, Morbidelli. It's not Yanni Morbidelli, is it? Ibanez, Bruno, Chiesa, Kumbula, Bernardoni. Okay. Morning, Inamorato. How's it going? 2 matches. God. At this rate, I might actually be able to get both Roma games in if we insta the scammer at once. It's not like we've got a league record to hang on to or anything. Okay. Now we're getting there. Nah, Marino's he's gone. Andy eligible for professional. Why didn't you say so? Go on, Doffy. Watch him turn down the Doff's contract. I can't remember the last time I got my Doff to offer a player a contract and they actually accepted it. Oof, we do need some money. No. We probably at some point need to grab an extra scout that we can use to do like under 19 tournaments, maybe? But not yet. Mate, look at that. A 7.8. What a god. He's a very good. It's a shame we can't actually see his rating anymore. Or can we? Yeah, he's extremely good. Pog's going to try and do what I've done with the caffeine and the nicotine. I say nicotine. Hope he can still play. I think he might be able to still play. But that is not good. Not good at all. The fact that it didn't give me the option for like injections or anything suggests that we should be able to get him to play still. But how fit he'll be is a different... Oh, there we go. Pass his fitness test. Hey! Panic over, friends. Okay, before we do anything else, let's get a Harold Bishop Ultras going. Before I have to click on any menus. Alright then. You know what to do, chatto. I'll give you a 5-second countdown as per. I'll give you a 5 and a 4 and a 3 and 2 and 1. And Harold for the Ultras for Roma. Let's move it.
The minute that you did.
And I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I'm Andrew Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green green and the food is grouse. We have sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream Sunday for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead. You're dead.
I love how the social thing just pops up now. Oh dear, OBS, sort your shit out. Oh, you're dead feels a bit ominous. That's just Harold getting ready. There's no minute you're uptight, you're just dead. And you did. We move. The echo is very strange. Yeah, no, I've got rid of the caffeine, which is good. I'm going to start moving over to zero nicotine vape juice. That way I can get rid of the nicotine part, but keep the habitual part for a bit, and then it'll be much easier to wean myself off that, and then I'm good. Right. Yeah, so he's got an injury, but he's not actually suffering any issues here, so I think we should be okay. Look at his average rating. He's averaging a 9.4. Winning the lottery. Well, I think if I'm going to get... Honestly, if I'm going to get rich, I really couldn't care how. Like, it's one of the situations where if I was working really hard and someone said, hey, you're going to win the lottery, I'd be like, well, yeah, do that too. Like, end of the day, I suppose you want to take the easiest opportunity to get there. Like, I think you could win the lottery and then still work hard, you know? Always take the straight route. Yeah, it is good, but that's the problem. Malignos. Not Millie after that performance in the first game. It is. Yeah, it could be. Oh yeah, statistically winning the lottery is really bad for you. But don't worry, chat. I've read a Reddit post and now I know what to do. 8 years, not bad. Yeah, that's not bad at all. That's very good. Last time I had a cigarette was 2019. I was on holiday and Viking, the bastard, rolled me one. I just realized that none of my friends smoke anymore, actually, which is good.
So I tell the swamp donkey.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Progger, but like, it's one of those situations where we play our first team squad against that lot. We win, but then none of the team is fresh to play against Roma, and it's like, well, you can't have it both ways. We have to make some decisions on that, and resting is the only thing we really can do. Hip raw woo! Thank you very much for the follow. I haven't played the lotto in a long, long time, honestly. What team are they? Is that the same team that... Yeah, it was. Oh, and they got Mulder as well. Okay. Hey, nicey. We're good. We managed to knock out Leicester, but now we've got Roma as a reward for that. So this is going to be fun. I think if we can get past Roma, that might be enough coefficient points, potentially with like a draw or a win in the next round, to get us what we need. Oh. It does. It actually looks a bit like a Roma team. It's quite good that FM's been able to sort of model that, to be honest. I assume that some of these guys are already still at Roma, but it's still kind of cool. Right. I'd love to play the winner of Slavia Prague, Besiktas, or Rangers Sevilla, or... Honestly, this one or there's a lot of ties I'd like to play. Really, I just want to avoid Arsenal and Inter at this point, if we were to get through. Lazio would be quite tough. Second leg score was 4-0. Shavric scored a hat-trick as Latrick, and then Thies Freeze managed to grab one for us as well. See you later, Kev. Hope you have a great day. We absolutely smashed him in the second leg. It was weird. Oh, and here he is again. Oh, off the base of the post. Good news or the bad news first? Probably... I think it would depend on how good the good news was and how bad the bad news was. I think what I'd rather hear first is the one that is the most severe in either direction. Oh, here we go. Go on. Put it on Florida Man's head. Yes! Orlando Martins! Florida Man is here to save us. He's had a big ol' whiff of bath salts and he's now ready to eat your face. Come on. It's 1-0 to Treaty. Perfect. What a great ball in that was from Frozen Thighs. Oh, free bath salts for all. Yes. Yeah, Scotland doing quite well. They didn't need us to do Scotland. I just noticed that Norman Williamson just scored for Inter. The donut. Miami, square it. Oh, imagine. Or a pen? Oh. How have we turned that into an opportunity to not score? You know what? We're winning with the Christmas music. I'm leaving it. I'm leaving it. Miami. We're playing well. Alaku. Oh, he's just stumbled on it. Force them long again. We're pressed up really nicely here at the moment because we're just forcing them to do that. Every time Orlando scores, a naked man gets his parole. Oh no. No, I think that's onside. I think that's going to count. I think that's counting. Yes! What a hit from Zlatko Savric. Look at this for an effort. He does have 15 long shots, remember, as well. Just bang. Pick that one out. You just wrote including a powdered form of bath salts. He's miles onside. Oh, dear. Yeah, he has tried long-range shots, but he does actually have good long-range shooting. Holy God. Zlatko is the man. A brace for him tonight. Sorry, not a brace. A single goal for him. We're 2-0 up against Roma. Holy God. Now we're suddenly finding our European form all of a sudden. I feel like he's so good. He's good from everywhere as well. He's good in the air. He's good on the floor with good finishing. He's also got that long-range ability. It's so... Oh, hang on. Doran could pick him out here, I think. Emmett's got that ability. Goes for thighs freeze. Okay. Back for the donut. Oh, Alakut could bend one here. And oh, it's just over the bar. Antarctica. Oh, Antarctica. Easy. Because it's cold. And I like cold things rather than hot things. Well, the thing is, the problem is, I don't feel like there's... Unless we're like 5-0 up, I don't feel like there really is a comfy scoreline for us in this because it's the first leg. Because the last thing I'd want to do is be 4-1 up, or like 4-0 up or something, take him off, and then lose a bit of a focal point up front, and then end up winning like 4-2 or 4-3. Because that could bite us so heavily in the second leg. It's tough. Cold fetch confirmed. Yeah, I like the cold, man. What can I say? It's why I went to the Arctic. Oh, did you know I've been to the Arctic? Oh, dear. Emmett's on a booking, and he's not had the best day, but he's... Oh, hang on. Savric, go on, ping it. It's 3. Zlatko Savric does it again. He doesn't need to get near the goal. Who cares about being in the box? Zlatko does not.
Zlatko the golden Croat Emmett's rekordis in danger.
It is very much in danger. Thank you so much for the 50 bits. Look at that effort. He doesn't... Oh, my God. Yeah, I've got him on strings, mate. Just as we have Roma on strings at the moment, apparently. Oh. Well, the thing is, he's not even wanted by anybody at the moment. Like, which is the most baffling. Oh, Chiesa has missed the target. He's got a long contract. It's just a case of hope that we can keep hold of him. But really, the problem is there's very little way to go. We can't up his contract anymore. He's actually maxing out his wage already here. I'm not allowed to offer him any more than he's already on. So we kind of need to make do with what we've got for the moment. And then kind of go from there. I might get the frozen thighs off for Alan. And actually, why the hell didn't I play Tortosa here? That was silly of me. Freeze has got 3 assists. That's great. He's really getting better this year. He's definitely getting better. Is that Roma's? I think it is their first highlight, yeah? If we could get away with a 3-0 win, that would be very, very difficult to overcome. Yes! Treaty 3, Roma 0, Florida man, and a brace from outside the box from Zlatko Savric. Come on. That's a really tough one to turn around. Coefficient points. That's going to get us close. This is on. Incredibly. So Celtic beat Villarreal. Inter not even doing that well. Arsenal losing. I think they'll still win the second leg, but Slavia Prague annoyingly also winning. Yeah, it's not a Pinedo situation yet. Let's just have a look. So he's still got 3 more years on his contract. But the problem is he's on 25k a week, and I can't offer him any more than that yet. So we just have to hope. And now he's wanted by people. Thing is, we've got time. No boat clause. We couldn't, because he already had international caps. So we couldn't do a boat clause on him. We're just going to have to hope for the best, that we can hold on to him. Hopefully that we don't get like a big enough offer that the board do us silly. I'd like to believe they're better than that. I think Mike Murphy's better than that. We're only... Literally, we are a draw in the away game away from going above Ukraine now. And how are Czech Republic doing? Yeah, they're still... They've gained a little bit of ground on us, I think. But they're still miles... Actually, they can't have done because we both won. The thing is, I wouldn't take 100 million at this point for him, simply because we're not going to be able to replace him. Like, who are we going to replace him with? We can't afford a player that we... No player that we could spend 100 million on is going to be as good as him, because no player would join us that's worth 100 million. So this is always what I say when people want to sell our players. It's like, we can't replace him with a guy that's worth that amount of money. So he's worth way more to us than money. Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry. That's what I mean, yeah. I think that we won't get a bid that high. I suspect that the biggest bids we'll get on him will be around 20 million, which is probably going to be enough for the board to not do anything silly. I've become Dave, haven't I? Get 15 future Slackos. Yeah, but it's like, okay, cool. So we've got 15 future Slackos, maybe. But that's a risk. It's kind of like trading out your star #1 lineman for draft picks. It's like you have no guarantee that those players are going to become anything good other than they might be all right now. And you then lose all of your ability to get results now, which means that you take 7 steps back in European stuff, which is really what matters. You kind of need to be doing a bit of both. And losing him like that is just not... I have no intentions to sell him. Let's put it that way. My plan is to get his contract down as low as possible to, like, I don't know, get to, like, the winter of 2035, then try to extend it, because hopefully by then we'll have more money. Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, what I mean is that a player that's as good as him is not going to join us. Like, most players that are as good as him are not playing for clubs like Osijek. They're already at Juventus or Man United, and as a result, we can't afford them, and nor would they want to join us. And that's why you have to take advantage of every possible chance you get to sign a player like him. So we just have to hope that we can keep him. Getting him on a new contract, a long one, like a 5-year deal, in like a few seasons is going to be key. But that's future Matt's problem. Right, so rotation again. Everybody out. Millie can play this one, honestly, because he ain't playing the next game. Tortosa, though, is not going to play here. We'll bring on Baza. Oh, shit, we can't. Damn it. Cap with the 19 months. How's it going?
FC Onca 2 straight league titles, AJK 5 out of Europe twice in a row.
Oh, wait, HJK, you love to see it. HJK doing shit is my dream. Freeze can play. Oh, yeah, true. But is he fit? Yeah, he is. He's fine. We'll play Freeze because he can't play the next game. Pinedo was relatively cheap, I suppose, but like Pinedo is like a once-in-a-lifetime signing. We can't guarantee that we'll be able to, particularly not when you consider who will actually talk to us. Last year, we'd have been able to talk to all the players. This year, we can barely sign anybody because they won't fucking talk to us. So that's the other problem. Like, if we find a guy who's amazing and world-class, we have to hang on to them for dear life because it's not as easy to replace as it even was with Tromsø, and it still weren't easy. Like, I still feel like losing Pinedo still set us back a bit with Tromsø because remember, we ended up signing Drillon Zanelli as a result of that, and then look how that went. So it's tough. Right, so we instant result this one so we can get the second leg in. We will probably lose this game because Scamrock are actually stacked, and this is a very bad side. It's very difficult. What it does also allow us, though, with a player like Shavridge, it really does allow us to get a better idea of how good some of the... Wow. Fair play. How good some of the guys coming through are. Particularly people like Palanik Mate. The fact that these guys are still maintaining 5-star potential with a player like Shavridge in the team is excellent news. So that's a surprisingly good result, actually, considering we instant that. That's not. Oh, thank God. But GG Alan. Alan never used to score many goals for us when he was here before. And now he seems to score loads. It's great. Only has 5 decisions. That you could still get him working on that, couldn't you? Mulcahy prefers Alan to Iash Mariba. I think so to Barcelona at the moment. Don't give him any grapes. What's his actual record like this season? So Zlatko's got 7. He has 12... that screen's broken because obviously we're still in Europe. He has 12 goals in 4 matches. This man is absolutely outrageous. We've actually switched to that today, Toadza. That's what we're doing. Our scouts are now set up for nation scouting. In fact, Gentile's actually brought us a couple of guys. Unfortunately, both of them are far too expensive and far too old, but nevertheless, they are there. Any more reports? Vicente... We'd see them if they came through. Some of them are still doing they're taking a little while to get going, but in time. Good player in the report. Hang on, wait. Which report? Which report am I looking at? Scouting Centre. Oh, Scouting Centre. Shit, yeah. Might be one of the new ones. Maybe they've got a... They might find us another gem. Which one? Fichter or Hemmingson? Because these are players that I've already assessed. There's one scout doing Scotland. Technically, yes. So there's this guy who I've been looking at. Obviously, we want more information on him. But he's not been found through the... Most of these guys, I think, are all still leftovers from the... Yeah, that's a scouting finish on Pier Giorgio Lisa. Extremely interested. What's it? Yeah. It's 18. Might be worth a look. Victor, we're already doing. So, yeah, he's finished scouting him. That's fine. New recommendation from Harry Croft. Okay. So, Harry Croft has been down under. And is looking at this guy. Ben Palmer. So, this actually is from the scout report. So, we'll get him to scout him a bit more. And Hemmingson, obviously, is from Bruno Gentile again. I'll scout him anyway, but he's just too expensive. Ah, okay. So, Brady's been back after... Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. What is this? How is he so bad compared... Although consistency and injury proneness is not great. He feels like one of those players that's being underrated by our scout. But I don't think he's worth a punt on... Actually, he's very cheap. Yes, Sammy! Thank you for the 13 months.
I've watched in a month. What's the update? Yeah.
Biggest update is that we lost the Europa League final. Which was good, because we got to a Europa League final. And we now have probably the greatest striker I've ever had at this point in a save. So that's good. This is not him. If I could get him really cheap, is he worth a punt? Just because of his attributes at 19. Not for us, but for loans. Oh, the biggest update would probably be Andy, presumably, yeah? I'm going to just see. I love how the minimum bid... No. Right, 100k. 110. Right, 115. That's more. That's literally more than they've already tried to negotiate on. What the fuck? Why are they putting it up? Transfer value, 14k from a fully scouted player to 140k, and they want 195k. Why did SI even introduce these then? Ah. Deary me. He's fully scouted. I can't wait to knock them out or something later. But yeah. So more than a value. But then why can't I do that? Why don't clubs ever do that to me then? To me, like, there's... Hang on, sorry. If they don't want to sell him, then his value is higher than that, isn't it? Because value in itself is just how much you'd be willing to sell something for and the value of the player. Like, for example, if you really wanted this jug here, but I wasn't really willing to sell it, the price on it would be extremely huge. Thus, the value of it would be large because that's how much I value it at based on how much you'd want to pay. So, yeah, I don't know. Weird. Also, do you want to buy this jug? Club value more. Yeah, but then that value has to be based on something.
I am familiar with over 600 dance moves, and I am programmed to get freaky.
The game, if we're just looking at this on like a kind of basic level of how much value comes from, in real life, there is no market. The market is between you and the other person. That's all the market is. There is no third party that sets values. So that's his value. It's just kind of dumb that they value him higher than his value, which is literally his value. Does well for squad. Yeah, but then they should value him higher then. Therefore, his value should be higher because that's his value. That's what I mean. It's just kind of dumb. D Superman. Thank you so much for the follow. For Andy. Oh, you don't have that much money. Yeah, then it should say not for sale then. Oh, God. Oh, no, wait. Does he have Russian caps? He doesn't. I think he might be about to become Ant Orakov. Yeah. Well, why would you scout know what the... Well, that in a way, but they have to have some kind of metric there, I suppose. Well, my point is that why would the game shouldn't be allocating anybody value? If we're playing this as... If we're just trying to argue that this is realistic, then there shouldn't be a game allocated value. It should be the club's value, because that's the only value that matters. So that's what I mean. If they want to bang on about realism, then it should only really matter. The value should only come from one place, is what I mean. Let's see. That's annoying. Oh, it's not that annoying, actually. 2 weeks, Jesus. Game isn't realistic. No. I know that. We all know that. But if SI want to bang on about how it's supposed to be realistic, then you have to pick one or the other. Anyway, we move. Are you doing the same things with your players? the value is lower than what you want for them. Yeah, but I'm not selling them. But my point is that clubs aren't bidding more than their value. Clubs are bidding usually less than their players' value in terms of the value that the game has allocated to them. Oh, can it, Rob? Jesus. God. Do you just want to make arguments about everything? It's a bit tedious, mate, honestly. But honestly, the clubs don't bid the value of our players. They always bid towards the lower end of the value of the player. They never bid above the value of the player. Why has that got so narrow now? I agree, honestly. The fact that there's a value on it is kind of strange anyway. To me, the value should be you have an argument with the club. It's a discussion. Yeah, it always is, isn't it? Let's see. Alan on the left. Waffles, I'm down for. Or allow you to set it, which you kind of can do with like transfer value, with like transfer listing, but it's not as simple as that, is it? Have I got? Right. That's better because Tortosa's better in the midfield. World-class level. Not in my experience on this year's game. Maybe in previous year's games, yes. But so far, I've not had a single club, I don't think, bid higher than the value of a player. It's almost always really, really low. Like, extremely low. They have poor scouts. Oh, I don't know. It's just a bit dumb, isn't it? You know? Yes, Emmett. Sorry, yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. Emmett. Alaku, Donut, Tortosa. Thighs freeze is suspended, which is annoying, but what can we do? Yeah, that's good. Good to good. Maybe it's different with regions. I don't know. Sure, yeah, exactly. Well, to be fair, the reason we got him so cheap, isn't there a value for players in real life? Well, yes. But what my point is not that there isn't value for players in real life, but the value is something is only worth as much as someone is willing to pay for it. I.e., I couldn't say that this empty bottle of Actimel is worth £2 million if no one is willing to pay £2 million for it. So the value in real life is not set by a third-party arbiter that goes, this player's worth this amount, this is how much you have to pay. Only through arbitration and like stuff like that. So not really there isn't. That's just how a market works. Emmett's is getting there. He's got like orange on it now as opposed to red, but I must say he's really struggling. Okay, so we go. Oh, dear. 12. He's only played 4 games. This is the thing. We've played quite a few games so far. He hasn't. Well, prices are based on that, but at the end of the day, a player's value is only that which someone is willing to pay for the player. Just, like, that's how value works. It's how everything works, really. If Tesco suddenly put the price of bread up to £10, you'd buy it from Sainsbury's. Or, it must be really fucking nice bread. Which, let's face it, it's bread. It's bound to be nice. Yeah, they're only guessing, based on things like contract value, prices of other players, etc. He is an absolute monster, agreed. Right, let's do it. Watch this all go terribly wrong from this point onwards. Hopefully not, though. Hopefully... Oh, wait, that was us on the... I thought that was us in a defensive situation because there was so much space. My Annie. Oh, go on. Pop this on Shavrich's head, or maybe Alaku. We've got a lot of players in their box here. Go on the carp. I'm a bit worried about losing possession here. Yeah, I don't know. Bread is just all... Oh. Wait. Oh, come on. You're better than that. Got to nip it off them. Oh, dear. This is concerning. The last thing we want to do is concede really, really early. You know? Yeah, indeed. You know. Oh, fucking hell. 2 minutes. And Ricardo Turi scores for Roma. Not ideal. Hopefully it's just a case of slow... Yeah, you don't want to concede early in a situation like this. Team B, probably upper championship, I would say now. That's probably about the level we're at. Like, put it this way, the Irish League itself is now considered around about the same level as the championship. Wait. Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? So us would probably be... No, actually, what we're talking about, we'd probably be mid-table Premier League side, actually.
Giving them a false sense of security.
Exactly, Giant Mimir. Thank you so much for the 5 months. Hope you're well. The more I think about it, we did just knock Leicester out. So we're probably like a mid-table Premier League side of that kind of quality, I'd say. We drew with Man United. Admittedly, got very lucky with that. Oh, what a ball. Moses is in. He's in. It's 1-1. It's 1-1. Roma 1, Treaty 1. Moses parts the waves. Oh, but yeah, I think Savic could do it in the Premier League. Arsenal level-ish. Gorgeous stuff. Who was that with the assist? Was that Alaku? Oh, no, it wasn't. It was the Donuts. The Fulham of Ireland. Nah, they're better than that. First team, mid-team squad. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. We don't have the depth of a Premier League team, probably. Right, I've got to remember to praise players, even though we're drawing, because technically we're not drawing. We're 3-1 up. Mayeni. Oh! We're probably actually about the same level as Leicester. See how he does? Absolutely not. I want him to stay here forever and ever. Amen. Mitrovic beats Savic. Honestly, no, he doesn't. Like, Savic has that speed as well. Doran. Oh, pop it back inside for him. Alaku. Oh, the space. Oh, I thought Emmett was about to grab one. It'd be lovely if we could win the away leg too, though. That would be a real nice little boost on top. The donut. He's done it again. It's the same goal. It's Roma 1, Treaty 2. We've just scored the same goal again. Moses, he's such a good player. I love Moses in this team. He gets assists, he gets goals. Over the last year and a half, he's really taken to being that right inside forward now. It's the same exact goal. The donut's just there, then Moses makes the run behind. Roma's left back is getting absolutely rinsed. Yeah, you have to build a sort of eclectic squad, you could say, in these sort of saves. Loss report. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Shavric. Oh my god, that nearly went in. Oh. Watch out, Ukraine. I mean, obviously, but like in this particular context, we're coming for you. To sell shirts, yeah. He could walk into a lot of top European sides. I don't believe that none of them were interested in him or were able to pick up. He wasn't even wanted by anybody when we picked him up. There was not a single club interested in him. We got him for £8.8 million. Insane. No, Matt. Oh, dear. It does appear that way. I wonder if it is just because he put in some great performances in Europe that suddenly he attracted their interest. Tortosa, Alaku. Oh, even Mihai is getting in the act. It's Roma 1, Treaty 6 on aggregate. What's going on? Why are we suddenly good again? I don't understand. Why have we suddenly got really good again? Oh, this is beautiful. The Romanians are beating Roma. I mean, actually, Zlatko hasn't scored, yeah, to be fair. The donut's just been sliding balls through. Ooh. I would love double wins, because this would actually put us above Ukraine, I think, if we were to win the away leg too. I guess so. To be fair, we weren't even that bad in the first leg against Leicester, but we were in, we were against tougher teams, I suppose, in the last years, the champions. It's just that one game against Anderlecht that irked me, I suppose. If we'd have won that first game against them and got 7 points in that group, and we'd have probably gone, yeah, this was a pretty good season, honestly, for us. Because we got a draw against United. It was probably... We've actually had an okay season now that I look at it. Plus, there's a chance to leapfrog Greece as well. And that could be quite important. I mean, we could go a lot further. We'll just have to see. Shavric. Oh, it's a ball for Doran. Here we go. Go on, give one for Zlatko. Or a hat-trick for Moses. Zoran immediately gets tough. True. But to be fair, we did beat Leicester 6-2 on Ag. The first leg we were a bit fortunate, and I'd argue that the second leg was absolutely not a 4-0, and we really rode through that tie on the quality of Shavric. That's a great finish, to be fair, from Rodrigo. Take off the yellows. Yeah, I suppose. Although I am a bit concerned. I still want to win the match. Just because coefficient. But since we've got... I can bring Milosevic there. Oh, is that what I really want to do? It's done now. Oh, actually, he's been poor, but he's not on a yellow. We'll see. I just don't really want to not win the match because it just guarantees us. It would guarantee us a chance to finish above Dynamo, because we could beat someone in the next round and lose both games, then not end up finishing above Ukraine because of it, and that's the problem. But as things stand, it looks like we are going to get away with it with a 3-2 victory in Rome, and we're through to the quarterfinals again. Good stuff. Oh, do we get a +1? Oh, in that case, we're sorted. Very good stuff. So who do we get through? Arsenal did scrape through. Hearts got through against Bayer Leverkusen. Besiktas pulled it back. Wow. They do love, like, going on goal-scoring spell, like, really quick goal-scoring spells, don't they? Inter are through very comfortably in the end. Lazio only narrowly scraped through. Sevilla are through. Oh. Okay, £1 million as well. We need that. Who? Oh, that's the Italy manager. Right, okay, cool. Okay, so. Yeah, boy. We've got above Ukraine. I think Greece is still catchable, but pretty unlikely at this point. And we've still got to worry about the Czech... No, we don't have to worry about the Czech Republic anymore, do we? Because luckily they've done us a favour. So that would now move us up above... So yeah, we go above Ukraine, we go above Czech Republic, and we go above Norway this year. God, Norway have absolutely binned it. And the good thing as well is that Russia and Switzerland are losing some very, very good years next year that might honestly even things out a little bit. If we got another 10... So at the moment, we'd go 15th. That's our current position. Provisionally, anyway. We'd be 15th. We get through. Yes, we did. We're through. We're just analysing the fact that we've now gone above Ukraine and seeing how... Provided that no more Greek and Austrian sides did a lot, maybe. We'd have to go bloody far. 15th. 15th gets you everything. 15th gets you this. The extra team, we get an extra place in Europe, and it's a Champions League place, and we get a team in the Europa League as well. It's a big step to get Europe here. The only difference for 14th would have been that we could maybe get to start a round later, but this is big, so we get to start a round later anyway, which is good. But 15th is the biggest step. The toughest thing to do is get top. Sorry, the second toughest thing to do probably is get top 15. The toughest thing is to go from 4th to 1st, But after this, you notice how the progression, it moves relatively fast. Like, if you keep gaining ground, you start making lots of things for each position. Because we don't actually have to move up one place from 15th to 14th to suddenly get stuff. And then if we can get 12th, bam. And I believe it's... You get 5, 5, 5, and you don't get any more places. 6th is the biggest one, though, because you get the second team in the group stage with you. For free, which means they don't have to worry about qualifying, which is so important, because they get free money, basically. So we took those 2 players off, and they're both going to be suspended for the next game anyway. And you get seeded. True. They're both suspended anyway, because they were both already on yellows. Oops. Oh, well, we move. Right, when's the final? It's after the Thursday, isn't it? There it is. Semi? Oh, it's the quarters and semis, isn't it? Right, okay, there it is. Because we get both, don't we? So, it's Arsenal, Celtic, Inter. I mean, really, I just want to avoid Arsenal or Inter for this round. I think if we avoid Arsenal or Inter, we've got a good shout. At this stage. Hello, Pock. Lazio would be fine with. Please not Inter. It's going to be Inter. Arsenal versus Sevilla is good. Because if we were to get past Inter, which we won't, let's see who we'd get. Oh, dear. Folks. We did take the others. To be fair, it's about time, isn't it, really? We move. Right, what we get? Give us the outcome of the other one. Oh, dear. Yeah, see, last time we got lucky because we were on this side. God, imagine if we'd got Lazio or Hearts. We could... if we'd have got... Honestly, if it was us versus Hearts in this side of the draw, I'd have been like, right, that's it, we're in another final. But... that's going to be toughy. That is going to be very, very difficult indeed. But, you know, just getting there is an achievement. All we didn't hope for, classic draw. Yeah, literally. Hey, we beat Roma We beat Leicester. These are bigger wins than that which we had last time around. Like, we beat Atalanta last time, but they weren't... I think Roma are a better side probably at the moment, because I haven't seen Atalanta in Europe at all. We had some bad draws, and we still find ourselves in the Europa League quarter-final. So all in all, that's actually a pretty good year for us, really. And at the very least, we've managed to pull the coefficient numbers back a little bit. And I think there's plenty of room to go. You never know. Maybe we'll pull off a miracle, but we'll get to find out on Thursday. And we have Shavridge. With Shavridge, anything is possible. Home or away, we are... Let me just quickly tell you. We're playing the first leg... What? Game's decided we're only playing one leg. I know I assume I have to progress. The game's just like, no, you're only getting one leg. I think it's because there's a rearranged fixture or something. We get one go at them. There it is. So we're away first. We travel to Italy for our first game, and we play off against them second, away from home. Because that's how it works. Right. Let's see. What are we good? Ooh. Wow. Bully beef. I haven't seen bully life for ages. That's awesome. LLE. Boom. So, Thursday, we return with, well, the quarterfinals. That was me thinking we were going to be doing some more Champions League stuff, but we've still got Europe. There is time to spare for us. Yeah, I'm going to read it in a second, or Husby. So, yes, join me on Thursday. Pog won't be here then, will you? No, she won't. Sad Pog times. But I will see you on Thursday for a European continuation. Hopefully I will be able to, I don't know, speak properly for more than 4 hours by then. Hey, you never know. So, I'll see you guys soon. I'll send you over to Bully now. Hold your gun. Capybara. It's ta-ra from me, and it's ta-ra from her. Oh, and next gen too. Bye.